Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. The Wyoming House had a raw exchange Wednesday night about the check passing controversy that's advanced into a criminal bribery investigation. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports one lawmaker admits he received a check and didn't think it was wrong.
House Speaker Chip Nyman, who had a revelation and told kind of the whole story Wednesday night, she walked into his office where he was with his wife, according to his telling, handed him a check they had discussed way back in January that was made out to his campaign account. He handed it off to his wife, said put that in the campaign account, and went right on with his business. He said he regretted that it had turned into a big controversy.
The House voted 37-21 in requiring the committee to continue its investigation, as Laramie County Sheriff Brian Kozak will concurrently hold his criminal investigation. 2 people are dead and more than 20 people were injured after a 34-vehicle incident in the westbound lane of I-80 near Evanston on Wednesday afternoon. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports the westbound lane was finally opened late Thursday morning as wreckers were busily clearing vehicles from the highway.
Every wrecker in Evanston and several from Lyman were summoned to the scene so they could clear the road, and it took over 16 hours to get the westbound lanes of I-80 open again. Wyoming Highway Patrol is still investigating the contributing factors to these incidents. They said that bad weather conditions were probably a part of it and a big part of it. There were whiteout conditions and slick roads.
Wyoming Highway Patrol says the pileup occurred around 3:07 p.m. on Wednesday. In all, 22 commercial semi-trucks and 12 passenger vehicles were involved in the crash. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. Here's a winter driving safety tip from WYDOT. Make sure your vehicle's in good working condition. Carry emergency supplies in your vehicle like blankets, non-perishable food, and water, and slow down in bad winter weather. This reminder from WYDOT.
My name is Joanne, and I'm a mom of 6 here in Casper, Wyoming. When you raise a family here, you don't just think about today, you think about the future, where your kids will build their lives and where your grandkids might grow up. What worries me is that my kids will have to leave Wyoming to find good, high-paying jobs. That's why Build Wyoming matters to me. Data center jobs are high-quality, high-paying jobs, the kind that give families a real reason to stay and build a future here. Give our kids and grandkids a reason to stay, and they will.
Build Wyoming with Prometheus Hyperscale. Go to buildwyoming.com. What if healthcare worked the way it should? Hoskinson Premier Care. Comprehensive quality care with one predictable fee. Unlimited office visits, annual wellness exams, preventative screenings, and advanced imaging. Primary and specialty care, in-house labs, mental health and wellness support, including physical therapy and nutrition. Just for $250 a month. No copays, no deductibles. World-class care right here in Gillette. We are the future of healthcare now, and your doctor works here. Visit HoskinsonHealth.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Senator John Kolb, the loudest voice on gambling in the legislature this session, is pushing 4 different bills to tighten up regulations on the industry. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that Kolb says gaming within the state of Wyoming has exploded into a multi-billion-dollar business.
He's working on a number of bills, including a couple that were discussed today on the Senate floor. One talked about the placement of gaming machines. Another bill looks at really refining the language around what is and is not a legal poker game.
Under current law, professional operators exploit a loophole allowing games among acquaintances. Bars take a cut of the pot, players pay buy-ins, and when authorities investigate, everyone claims to be friends. 2 years after a wolf was run over with a snowmobile in Sublette County, sparking a worldwide outrage, animal welfare advocates are still trying to get the practice banned in Wyoming. But Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that there are long odds getting that done in this year's budget session.
I talked to Representative Mike Schmid from LaBarge, who last year, during the last session, tried to introduce a bill that was unsuccessful to get the practice of whacking banned. He said, I did think about floating a bill this session. It didn't really work out, so we're kind of giving up on that for now. But it looks like everybody's looking forward to kind of laying the groundwork for what will probably end up being a big push in the 2027 legislature.
Kim Bean, the founder and president of Wolf and Wildlife Advocates, tells Cowboy State Daily that the chances of getting a whacking ban bill passed in this year's budget session is pretty slim. And that's a look at today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
There's a lot of need in the world, and if you're like me, it can seem too big to make a difference. But that's why I decided to start volunteering with Mercy Shifts. Dedicating a few weeks or months of my life every year in the service of others has brought me more than I could ever imagine. Plus, I'm getting to meet people from all around the world and make lifelong friends. Hey, Michelle. And with so much to do here, there's an opportunity for everyone to make a difference.
High five.
But the best reason to volunteer is knowing that no matter what you do, you're helping change people's lives every day. Whether it's for 2 weeks, 2 months, or 2 years, when you volunteer with Mercy Shifts, you'll find your purpose, your people, and your place in this world. And all you gotta do is visit mercyshifts.org today.
Hey, we did it. It's finally Friday. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a February 20th and a jam-packed Friday it is. What a way to end the week. We'll have Bill Sniffin on earlier than later. That's good news. Senator Ogden Driskill will stop in. We'll get the latest update from Cheyenne, the budget session. State Veterinarian Hallie Hasel will be on and talk about all the challenges, all the issues concerning animal welfare. From screwworm to anthrax. We'll cover it all. Amy Edmonds will be here. She's the governor's spokesperson. Governor Gordon will be on next week. Don't worry. But Amy will pinch hit today and talk about some of the latest to come out of the governor's office. Representative John Bear, Chair Bear, will be here on the show. That's always fun to meet with this powerful House rep, former chair of the Freedom Caucus. John Bear holds a lot of sway. On the floor of the House, Scott Clem, his latest Cowboy State Daily guest column, really good, as he continues to talk about the optics of Checkgate and, more importantly, the reaction to the checks being handed out. And he's not happy with what he's seen so far. And I got to agree with a lot of things he writes. Check out Scott Clem's latest Cowboy State Daily guest column. Doug Knoll's going to be here. Excited to talk to this guy. He is going to calm me and anybody else down in 90 seconds. This is a really interesting guy. He wrote the book on it. He does TED Talks on it. He's run his program in prisons. If you can get a convict calmed down in 90 seconds, you must be doing something right. Doug says, forget everything you know about self-control. It's not about controlling yourself. It's about knowing exactly what to say and using 12 words. You can calm an angry person in 90 seconds or less. He wrote the book on it. We'll talk to Doug later today. Aaron Brown's going to be on Wyoming Highway Patrol. 2 big pileups on Interstate 80 this week. One of them fatal. 2 fatalities in that Evanston area. How to avoid these things? Why do they happen? What happens when they do happen? What does Highway Patrol do? Aaron Brown will be here. Tom Jones on the show. I know, ladies. Grab your panties. Get ready to throw them on stage. It's not that Tom Jones. It's Representative Tom Jones, who in the 70s and 80s, big-time, powerful lawmaker, he sat on appropriations from the House side in the late 70s through most of the 80s. Tom Jones will stop in. And Kate Anderson, she's running that ranch for crapped out thoroughbreds. That's probably not a nice way to say it, but thoroughbreds who are done with their racing career. What do you do with these hothouse orchids once they're done running? Previously, it was thought they're too pampered to have a life after racing and too prone to physical breakdowns. They're a little bit mental. These horses had a dim future after racing on the track, but Kate Anderson has come up with a genius rehabilitation program on her ranch in Chugwater, Wyoming. You probably read about it in the Cowboy State Daily weeks ago. We got Kate on. She's going to explain just how she accidentally discovered what thoroughbreds crave to get them back healthy, and you won't believe what it is. We got a lot of news also, but we can't do anything until we know what the weather is going to be. You got to know how to dress, right? Here's what you should put on: a heavy coat. Yeah, it's winter. 8 below zero currently where I sit. Partly sunny in Casper today, highs in the upper 20s. Partly sunny Riverton, highs near 30. Evanston, you see a chance of some snow flurries. Sort of midday, not amounting to a whole lot. Mostly sunny in the afternoon, 26 the high in Evanston. Green River, partly sunny, breezy, will top out around 30. Pinedale, mostly sunny, highs in the mid-20s. Alpine, mid-20s as well, with a chance of snow in the afternoon. Dubois, slight chance of snow after 2. Blustery with highs near 25. Jackson, chance of snow after 3-ish. Not, again, going to accumulate or amount to very much. Highs 26. Got a long way to go. We're on 8 on the wrong side of zero right now. Thermopolis, mostly sunny, 31. Cody, sunny, 34. Mostly sunny in Buffalo with highs in the upper 20s. Little patchy fog in Sheridan, but you'll see the sun in the afternoon with highs 30. Gillette, mostly sunny, upper 20s. Newcastle, same. Torrington, slight chance of snow after 2 p.m. with highs in the upper 20s. Patchy fog in Douglas in the morning. Partly sunny afternoon, highs in the mid-20s. Cheyenne, chance of snow after 11-ish. Clouds on the increase, mid-20s to high. Same for Laramie. And a slight chance of snow after 11, mostly cloudy in Rawlins with highs 25. So pretty much it's one of those days across the state where everybody is going to experience kind of the same thing. Maybe some snow flurries, but more sun than snow, and highs in the mid to upper 20s across the state, across the board. Can't often say that in a state that is so big and ranges from one extreme to the other in weather. Don Day will be here this morning, and we always talk weather once a day with Don Day and the day weather forecast. There's something cooking back east, I know, in the mid-Atlantic, a potential for a bomb cyclone. I never, when did meteorologists discover this bomb cyclone thing? I never heard of that when I was growing up. I mean, it was a simpler time in the old days, kids. Weather was in black and white. We didn't have color yet for weather. It was just all in black and white. And there were no bomb cyclones. Weather was simple. It was either sunny, cloudy, rainy, or snowy. That's it. These are your options. Today, it's myriad weather. It could be, and then weather is nomenclatured with all kinds of dangerous sounding things, including this polar vortex. I mean, we just call them Canadian cold fronts. And I guess that, in today's world, that's not politically correct. We shouldn't name another country for giving us weather, especially weather we don't like. I mean, it's probably caused a little bit of consternation with the Dakotas, for instance, North and South Dakota. Oh, here comes another one of those Canadian cold fronts. And that created bitterness over the decades, I'm sure. So now we just simply refer to them as dangerous polar vortexes. And back east, there's something swirling in the mid-Atlantic. I saw the satellite photo, and they're saying that has a potential to be a bomb cyclone. Whatever those are. And anytime I try to get an understanding why we do this, and whenever I mention it to Don Day, he just gets so exasperated that weather has turned to this. Weather has turned to sensational headlines. Weather has turned to mainstream media panties in a bundle sensationalism. And I don't blame them. It's sure what it sounds like. What used to be just a rainstorm. Going to be a rainstorm tonight. No, it's now we got to say it's a bomb cyclone. And the warnings. It's not just the media. The National Weather Service has fallen for this whole excitability issue. National Weather Service issues winter storm warnings for the slightest chance that we'll get one snowflake. Suddenly it's a winter storm watch for like an inch. And maybe they need to do that because we didn't get that much snow the other day, Tuesday, and I-80 was junk. Pile-ups, everybody crashing into everybody. So I don't know, maybe these weather people got it right. If the slightest cloud darkens the sun, we better call for some kind of winter weather advisory. Look out, the sun's gone. And the cold and the snow are coming. Sort of today is a winter day. And, we haven't been able to practice winter much this winter. Like 3 months into it. And barely a sign of any kind of winter. Here's stories we're getting to today. And if you're in the Jackson area, by the way, tomorrow, Saturday, Craig Johnson, the famed New York Times bestselling author, the creator of the Longmire mystery series, you know Craig. He's been on the show a couple times. Craig Johnson's going to be in Jackson at the Virginian Lodge tomorrow, Saturday, 6 p.m. for about 90 minutes. Tickets are free but required. Otherwise, they're going to fill up. And there's still some left. So get on the interwebs. I have a bit.ly URL that's impossible to share with you, but just look for, if you're in Jackson, you want to see Craig Johnson, he'll sign copies of his new book and go see him talk and learn more. Don't know if he's going to be bringing dog, but the U-Cross author, Craig Johnson, going to be in Jackson tomorrow at the Virginian Lodge, 6 p.m. Other news in the Cowboy State Daily, House Speaker reps tell how they got their checks. Finally, we heard from the House Speaker, Chip Nyman. He's been pretty quiet on the whole Checkgate thing, and he finally explained his take, prompted by, he said he's been quiet because he didn't want to distract from the business of the legislature, which I get, because that's all we've been talking about. But we did want to hear from one of the higher ranking House members, like, what do you say? Did you get a check? What do you think of the whole issue? He finally, Speaker Nyman, laid bare his whole take on the check gate. And Claire McFarland has that story. We'll talk about the wreck on Interstate 80 that killed 2. What happened? How did it start, and how do you clear something like that? We'll have special guest on today, Aaron Brown from Wyoming Highway Patrol. He'll explain more on how they deal with big pileups like that. The abortion debate on the floor, Wyoming House floor, got emotional with a surprise revelation. Representative Kevin Campbell, oh my, he wasn't going to say anything. They were talking about this Heartbeat Act, an abortion bill on the floor of the House, when Representative Kevin Campbell stood up. He said he was not going to disclose this, but he just couldn't hold it in any longer. And what Representative Kevin Campbell said, I think, shocked all his peers, all his fellow lawmakers. One of them even said so. Wow. We'll tell you what happened there. You can read about it as well in the Claire McFarland story in the Cowboy State Daily. Is gambling out of control in Wyoming? I, for one, feel gambling is too permissive in Wyoming, but it's not the card games. And Senator John Kolb appears to be going after, having the boys over for poker night. That's not the multi-billion-dollar business that gambling is today. It's DraftKings, betting on sports. It's Indian casinos everywhere. Look at what happened to Montana. The entire state is Indian casino. You can gamble just about anywhere in Montana. It's become the Nevada of the Mountain West, all because of Indian casinos. There's the lottery. I never wanted the lottery in. I know the revenue goes to education, but it's gambling. Scratch off tickets. We're no better than Arkansas when you do the scratch off. I don't like gambling at all. The whole historic gambling slot machines, when you gamble on a horse race and you say it's not gambling because the race really had, it's all gambling. All of it. And it's a vice. And Wyoming's just fallen into the whole gambling industry like every other state. And it's a little late now. The horse is out of the barn when Senator Kolb says, we really got to stop the backyard poker games, the basement poker. Really? That's the issue? Too late, too small. We're already gambling like crazy in Wyoming. Anyway, I didn't mean to go off on that. We'll be talking about a whole bunch more stuff. I think we're going to get Bill Sniffin on right now, soon, after this.
Hey, Wyoming, ready for news that actually feels like Wyoming? Tune into Cowboy State Daily Radio with heart, humor, and a little Western kick. From ranch roads to mountain peaks, if it's happening here, you'll hear it here. No fluff, no filter, just the real deal. Real voices, real stories, real Wyoming. If it's happening here, you'll hear it here. Cowboy State Daily Radio, Wyoming's news, just the real deal. 100% homegrown.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear, but don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks.
Move.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right? I can't say that I have.
If you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
Eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own. I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, you know? When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Friday. So clutch your pearls. It's the Coffee Clatch Friday with Bill Sniffin. Bill, you had some coffee yet? It's early.
I'm sipping my first cup, Jake, and it is early, a little earlier than our normal time. But, I have great admiration for writers like C.J. Box and Craig Johnson, and I've published 6 books, and when I did those, I would always set my alarm for 5, and I'd get up and I'd try to work from 5 to 10, and it was stunning how good your brain works at that hour of the day.
Yes,
but generally speaking, I'm more of a night owl, so I unless I'm working on a project, I don't get up early, but every time I do, I always say, why am I a night owl? I should be a morning lark.
You should be some kind of bird, as long as you're not a dodo. Yeah.
I don't know, but you're quite the morning lark, I'll tell you by now.
Yeah, I never used to be, but dragged kicking and screaming into morning talk show radio years ago, I found that, yes, with the proper caffeinated level, I can't, the brain, yes, creativity flows in the morning for me. And I think for a lot of people, if you force yourself to get up, it's getting up. It's the hardest part.
It is. That's the tough part.
Yeah. What do you think? Where could we go first? Cheyenne, budget session, are you talked out with the checkade, or what do you want to do?
I was thinking about the weather. I don't know anybody watching this. I put if they think this latest snowstorm is bad, I put a 30-incher over my shoulder here on these images. And but Lander had 5 inches of snow. The first time we plowed out the driveway, and it was stunning. We have a situation similar to Jackson in that when we don't get a lot of wind, so when we get a lot of snow, then it gets really cold because that snow it's called an inversion, and all of a sudden, and again, as we've talked before, I was a pilot for a long time, and it was always stunning. You go get it in a plane, and it's 20 below zero, and get everything all warmed up, and then you fly, you get 1,000 feet above town, and it's 20 degrees above. And but anyway, that's but yeah, talk about the winter that never happened. It took the middle of February before Lander really had any winter at all, which is just absolutely stunning. So anyway, that's people of a certain age just are obsessed with the weather. So I apologize, but because I'm one of those persons of a certain age.
Weather is the common denominator. It affects us all. It's the one thing that is bipartisan in today's world. We all are affected by weather, and this has been an unusual, worth talking about winter weather season. It hasn't been winter. Even in Jackson, we've got a little bit of snow, but one thing about Jackson is that 1 inch in Thanksgiving, 1 inch in November is still on the ground in March. Like, it never gets warm enough to melt, but this year, not the case. The little bit of snow we've gotten here and there melted days later because it's just been consistently in the 40s, like for Jackson. That's weird.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
And I spent a lot of, in my younger days, I skied a lot in Jackson. Our family did, and fond memories. But boy, not so fond driving over Togety Pass. And we'd go to Targhee and drive over Teton Pass. And yowzer, those are some real moments. I'll tell you what, we've had our share. But anyway, there's a lot going on. This check gate thing. I keep wanting to believe that that's overblown, that's my God, they're handing out checks. All you have to do is, and I actually ran for political office a long time ago one time, and people would just give you checks, all the time. They're not made out to you or to a Swiss bank account. They're made out to the committee, but the optics. Can you believe somebody being so brazen that they just hand them out in the hallowed? I mean, I don't know. I just to me, it's like, okay, let's see, what's the dumbest thing I can do today? Let's just take all this really important, serious stuff and overshadow it with something that is just shallow and silly and ridiculous. And so to me, it's a little bit of, it tells a tale of the kind of political world we live in now, where things that aren't important get blown up just because it's a chance for one side to get an advantage over the other. But with all that said, it's really stupid. And as a journalist, my whole life, it's a great news story.
Yeah. And part of it is media. Media, I agree, we've made a mountain out of a molehill. The molehill was ugly, certainly, but it wasn't as big as the mountain that's been made of it. And media is sometimes guilty of extending a 15 minutes of fame of a story into 15 days because, it's media. But I did read Rebecca Bextel, and I know her. And initially, I thought that the check thing, I think they're all legit. I think we'll find out it's just campaign contributions. Everybody just relax, and they weren't mailed. It happens all the time. I thought Rebecca purposely did it to be showy. That's the nature of today's politics, a brazen. I thought it was brazen. Brazen is what, the word I would use. But then I read something from her when she was defending. She's saying, the checks are legit. And I was there. I gave them out because many of these House members, especially newish ones, they don't have offices. They don't have places. I was going to Cheyenne. I had some people in Teton County said, would you give this to Representative so-and-so? Here's a check for his campaign. And so rather than mail them, rather than find them after hours in their office, which if they didn't have one, she just doled them out after the session. It was the check giving out isn't no longer the story. It's the reaction to. And Scott Clem has a very good guest column, by the way. It's the blame game now. It's Carly should have never taken the photo. Mike Yin should have never made a big stink of it. It's how we acted after.
Well, yes and no. I mean, it's again the old saying: bad politicians make great news stories. And it's just it should never have happened, and but that's also the other thing. We live in a time when you seize on the optics. It's a very political group, that's all, and so I'm I don't know what I'm following it, but I'm thinking, really, is this really the most important thing we should be talking about? And yet, I promise you, if I were the editor or if I'm the reporter, I would be jumping all over it.
Yeah,
so, it's you get handed a story like that, and you say, I'm going to take this and run with it.
It's scandalous. It jumped from page 6, scandalous celebrity stuff to front page. Certainly worthy of that. Now, how long does it remain on front page? When can we start talking about the budget? But it definitely is. It's a scandalous thing. Yeah.
I don't know. I tell you what, the legislature, I've been hanging around that thing for so long, and it's different, but there's always something going on, and whenever you go into the budget to cover it, there's always at the end you're always stunned at some of the things that happen that you didn't see coming, and if Checkgate is it, I guess Checkgate is going to be the thing they talked about. I was telling somebody it's a little tense down there anymore, and I don't like that, because the legislature back in the day, even when it was 50% Democrat, but I mean, less than 10 years ago, on the last day of the session, believe it or not, we had two legislators. They both worked for Trump, by the way, now, Tyler Lindholm and Cyrus Western. And they're both giants. Tyler, I think, is 6'8" or 9", and Cyrus is about 6'6" and 260 pounds or something. These are big fellas. They challenged each other to leg wrestling. And on the floor of the House at the last day, as I recall, they did leg wrestling with everybody cheering and taking odds on who's going to win. And let me tell you, that sounds kind of juvenile, but that was, to me, that just said, wow, those guys are blowing off steam. I mean, let me tell you, it's been a long, grueling session, and I don't think we're going to see any leg wrestling this year.
We may see similar. Be. Let's take this out in the back alley. And there has been fisticuffs in the Capitol building in years past.
Historically. I don't know, Jake. I wasn't on last week. I was took my wife and we went off on a little excursion. So we didn't. So I didn't get to talk to you then. I wrote a column about W. Edwards Deming, and how he's kind of the godfather of total quality management around the world. And he's born in Powell and graduated from University of Wyoming, and he's one of our true Wyoming native-born heroes. And although he actually wasn't native-born, he was born in Sioux City, Iowa, but he grew up in Powell, so we can claim him.
Yeah,
it's like Cheney always said, I wasn't born here, but I got here as fast as I could, And so he always claimed Wyoming as his home. But W. Edwards Deming, if anybody out there hasn't heard of him or hasn't read anything about him, look him up. You'll be stunned, and you'll be very proud that this Wyoming man achieved all the wonderful things that he did.
I always like to hear about, interesting characters from Wyoming. We produce a lot of those far above our population, punching above our weight. Wyoming lays claim to a lot of interesting characters.
Something else that's in the news, and is this these crashes on I-80. Boy, I will say that I've been writing weekly columns for over 60 years now, and but I have written about Interstate 80 so many times, and the Snow Chemin Trail. And by the way, there's a wonderful guy down in Laramie named John Wagoner. And you should have him on. He's actually works at the it's the big institute at UW, the historical institute, American Heritage Center. But he wrote the book Snow Chemin Trail, or maybe you have had him on. Have you had him on before?
No, I know of the name. I sort of know of him, but no, I should.
He's
I will.
Wonderful guy, and he's a very smart guy. And this time of year, he'd be absolutely fantastic. So I'll send you his information. But to those people out there that want to know why Interstate 80 goes through this horrible route that it takes, he has the whole story in there, and it's but he's just a great guy. He'd be a wonderful guest this time of year, especially with terrible crashes and things like that. And but anyway, every time I get so sad when I see that, and we've all been in that position where you're driving along and all of a sudden semis all around you, and of course my pet peeve is I've been complaining about, I just called them all flatlanders. It was my problem 30 years ago, 50 years ago, fighting with semi drivers on Interstate 80 because they don't know anything about driving in ice or altitude or snow or blizzards. So I just always called them flatlanders. Well, now they're flatlanders, all right. They're from some foreign country somewhere. They have no idea what they're doing.
Yeah. Inexperienced CDL truck drivers, more volume. You just put all these ingredients together. There's more and more inexperienced truck drivers that have not driven in weather yet. They don't have enough windshield time at all. There's too new because the industry needs warm bodies, and then there's too many of them. So instead of one truck getting squirrely and falling off in the ditch, then one truck is right next to another truck, which is right in front of another truck. I mean, that's how I-80 is now. It isn't just a one vehicle accident. It's a pileup.
It is a pileup, and it's scary because everybody's going too fast.
Yeah.
Everybody's on deadline, and especially in the mountains, you're running behind. I mean, put yourself in that poor guy. His bosses are saying, "What's going on? You're falling behind," and they don't know what to do. And I try to understand, but I don't, because I'm one of those guys, Jake, that I like the 80-mile-an-hour speed limits. I mean, I don't go 100 miles an hour, but I go 80 or maybe even a little bit. But you know what? If there's one drop of rain or one snowflake, I turn into the little old lady, or I am the little old man.
Oh, you're that guy, huh? I'm like, oh, look at this RV. It's barely a mist, and you slow down to 50.
Then you put me behind the wheel of a 34,000-pound land yacht, and oh man! But that's actually not true. I'm parked at that point because you know what? I've got a bed and a refrigerator. I don't need to be on the road.
I just so happen to, I have accommodations right here. I don't have to hope there's a hotel room in Rawlins. Yeah, some of these guys are probably trying to beat an impending closure, rolling clip. They're like, oh no, look at the weather. I got to hammer down. And I don't know. But it used to be like a foot of snow did that, or a ferocious real storm. Now it's just an inch and a little bit of wind, and we're all piled up on Interstate 80. One last thing, Bill, something near and dear to your heart. Speaking of the legislature, it was this day in 1919, the legislature appropriated a whole whopping $2,500 for placing markers along the Oregon Trail. And those markers, we still got more to do with that, but it started this day in 1919.
That's the Oregon Trail is dear to my heart. It goes through my county. I've spent a lot of time out in the Red Desert. I would like to see the Oregon Trail National Monument made in Wyoming, but because Wyoming is unique, they can't do a national monument in only one state without state approval, and that's Wyoming.
Yeah.
That's all because of what happened over in your place with when they had Grand Teton National Park.
It was contentious at the time, and then many say, "Boy, it's a good thing we would have ruined it. We would have developed Grand Teton to unrecognizable."
I don't know, but it's that's a major milestone, and anything we can do to recognize the Oregon Trail is I think important. There was 500,000 people went through there. Manifest destiny. I always said I don't think we would be a country from sea to shining sea without the Oregon Trail, and you wouldn't have had the Oregon Trail if you didn't have South Pass, which was a break in the mountains. So it was a way for them to follow water and grass over the mountains and get from the east to the west. So anyway, one of my favorite places up on South Pass is called the Oregon Buttes, and for the longest time, I thought, why do they call them the Oregon Buttes? I knew it was on the Oregon Trail. And then you finally looked at an old map, and the state of Oregon extended to South Pass. So that was actually, you were entering Oregon on South Pass, just south of Lander. Crazy. Who'd have thought?
It is, and it's some pretty country, especially when I drive that South Pass. I go the back way to Lander, Riverton, Casper all the time. Farson, I do that route. And it gets really pretty. Johnny behind the rocks, all the red rocks when you get towards Lander and that country. Man, Kit Carson, Jim Bridger, when they first guys to lead folks through that South Pass, that is a gateway to the West. Kind of like St. Louis. Like it is the gateway, go. It is pretty cool. Very significant. You're right, Bill.
We would not have had Manifest Destiny without South Pass. So it's a special place to me, and I'm with you. If the weather isn't too bad, which can be notorious up there, South Pass is a beautiful route, and I'd recommend it to everybody. But well, Jake, I don't know. I've sure enjoyed being on the show. I'll come earlier if you want me to, but I do prefer the later hour.
Yeah, I hear you. All right. Well, we got to bounce. Senator Driskill waiting to come on.
I got to say hello to my friend Ogden. He's a good one. And my column this week is about Wyoming smells. I decided after 60 years of writing columns, a guy named Sniffin should write a column about smells. So I'm talking about my favorite Wyoming smells.
Interesting.
If you have a favorite Wyoming smell, email it to me, will you, buddy?
All right. Thank you, Bill.
See you.
Senator Driskill next.
Every morning, America wakes up to reheated outrage and copy-paste commentary.
Yeah, I don't follow talking points. I follow common sense. If that hits a nerve, good. It means you're still alive.
No spin, no fluff, no kumbaya. Just Jake. Serving up truth, sarcasm, and grit. Stirred by hand and seasoned with reality.
I don't yell, I don't pander. I just call it like I see it, and trust me, there's plenty to call.
From the capital to the county fair, if it's worth talking about in Wyoming, Jake's already on it. No permission needed, no script required.
The West was built by people who spoke their minds and stood their ground. I'm just making sure we don't forget how.
The Jake Show. Weekdays on CowboyStateDaily.com and wherever bold voices still have a mic.
No apologies, no filter, no bull.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
When it comes to making plans, you are the best. Those 9 months were also 273 days of planning. What about your daughter's first costume party? It was out of this world. And let's not forget those barbecues you plan in detail for your family and your more vegetarian by the day best friends. That surprise party for your parents' golden anniversary? You get the golden planning. The same way you plan each detail for those moments, start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Sign up for local weather and emergency alerts. Prepare an emergency kit and make a family communications plan. Protecting your family is the best plan you can make.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
When the uniform comes off, the battle doesn't always end. Too many of our veterans are fighting silent wars with trauma, with loss, with hopelessness. Downrange Warriors stands in that gap, offering peer support, purpose, and a brotherhood that saves lives. You can help. Visit downrangewarriors.org because no warrior should ever walk alone. Hope is waiting. Be the reason they find it.
Cowboy State Daily on a finally Friday. We welcome in the good Senator Ogden Driskill from SD1. That's Campbell County, Crook County, Weston County. In fact, it's the largest geographic representation in the Senate. When Senator Driskill goes out and rides fence on his area, he's out for weeks. Just tells the wife, I'm going to ride the fence line of SD1, and that might take 2 weeks.
Good morning, Jake.
Good morning.
Actually, I'm the second biggest now. Senator Hicks down at Baggs, when they redistricted, took away my title. So I'm number 2 nowadays.
We're going to have to update Wikipedia. Very good. Still a large area that you got to patrol, that you represent. SD1 since 2011. Senator Driskill been in the legislature since Devil's Tower was just a molehill, and we've made a mountain out of a molehill that was Checkgate. So we're going to move on from that. I want to talk about a few things that's going on in the budget session other than handing out checks. And one of them is Economic Development Rodeo Museum. This is what I assume is the $15 million taxpayer money we want to target towards PRCA, the Pro Rodeo Hall of Fame, SF124, which would designate $5 million over the next 3 years, $5 million a shot, eventually just kind of encouraging economic development and helping the PRCA relocate. It passed second reading last night, yes?
It did. Jake, I'll do a few facts on it because it's really floating around and it's good. This is one that's near and dear to me, and I think it's near and dear to a lot of people in Wyoming, and it actually goes to the root of a lot more than PRCA and rodeo. It goes to economic development in the future of Wyoming, what we do. And so I'm going to do a real fast run through of the history of kind of what happened there, because there's a lot out there and what it does and what it doesn't do. So PRCA didn't come asking Wyoming to come to the state. Cheyenne Leads, of all people, an economic development group, got their heads together, had some people kind of whisper in their ear, maybe it'd be a good idea to look at it. They looked at it. They put an initial package together and went to Colorado Springs and sat with the PRCA and said, would you consider moving to Wyoming? And they said, we haven't considered moving anywhere. And they said, would you consider? And they said, well, what do you have? And so they laid it out to them. And the director of the PRCA, Tom Glaus, said, I'll take it to my board. It's interesting enough to talk about. So the board looked at it, and what it entailed was they were going to bring $15 million of Cheyenne Leads money that was private money. And they were going to ask the state of Wyoming to match that money with $15 million, not of straight taxpayer money, of money from the tourism account that was in an account that was dedicated to promote tourism. So this comes from money that's come in through tourism and goes into an account for tourism and is to develop it. And so we gladly said we'd take a look at that. And it's $15 million over 3 years. It's going to bring about 90 direct jobs from the PRCA, but probably 140 or 50. And Leads has done a wild thing. They've not just looked at it. They've now talked at the Hitching Post District. It's going to bring in a whole slew of businesses, probably end up with 150 plus jobs, 200-300 while construction's going on. Huge impact long-term. And in my opinion, you talked about the Big Rock where I live at, and you know, everyone thinks about it as tourism. We get about 500,000 visitors a year at that rock I live at. Kind of neat. I believe Cheyenne has about 4.5 to 5 million visitors go through a year that are tourists, but they don't stop. And I'm really appreciative of Cheyenne to say, look, we want to be a tourism hub in Wyoming. 300 miles from where I live, we want tourists to stop here and be a part of it. And by the way, when they stop and eat a meal and spend a night, they leave a few more dollars that pays taxes that I don't have to pay at my courthouse to pay the employees. It comes from a person traveling through that very happily gives the money to us. So that's the layout of it. It's been very popular. It's being roundly attacked once again by the normal groups that we do. I'm not going to run them down, but you know, they want everything to be a loan, and they want there's an amendment up today to say, let's turn it into a loan. And I can tell you, if it's a loan, this is a one-time economic deal that I can tell you unequivocally. If it's a loan, the PRCA does not come to Wyoming. They will go to another state. It's a given. For $15 million, we can get them to come to Wyoming. Maybe they have to vote on as a board, maybe, but we're guaranteed that we're going to have around 100 jobs in Cheyenne and a direct impact. Or we can take the alternative and say, let's let private business do it the private business way, and you can do your show and say it's now in Texas or in Colorado or in another state, because it's a flat given it will not be here if we don't do this. So this is the economic development that it's our choice. We can either take a piece of it or have absolutely nothing, and it's a guarantee to go that way.
Senator Driskill, I'm glad you set that up for us, gave us some background, and showed us why it is bigger than just attracting PRCA to Cheyenne. This is the economic development we've been talking about, and whether we need to, quote, salt the mine occasionally. It's all French to the good senator from Park County and others, but it leads me into the next bill. This is SF 124. We're talking about the Economic Development Rodeo Museum. SF 125. The bill to freeze the Business Council. At least it's better than eliminate the Business Council. We'll still see how this goes over in the House, but this is very similar. What is our role? Our role isn't to be venture capitalists here, some say, but you say it's borderline criminal to defund an agency with barely any deliberation when it comes to the Business Council.
So, Jake, I'll enter in a little, and yeah, it's heartbreaking, to be honest with you. So as I watch this go through, and I'm going to be flat honest with you and the viewers, I didn't know a lot of what the Business Council did. I mean, everybody thinks that legislators know everything. I really didn't. And all of a sudden now I've got the Small Business Development Center. There's literally hundreds of jobs, unbelievable amounts of strings that are tied to the Business Council that I had no inkling they were out there. As you know, a lot of the Business Council stuff is tied back to federal grant money. I can tell you the small towns have reached out to me. I'm not sure how much they've done really in the big towns, but in these little towns, they've had an unbelievable impact to them. And, people are reaching out and they're crying now. And we're kind of at a point, the ship's on its way down. We're not to the point now that we're easily doing it. And so for me, it's the budget amendments are going to tell us a little, and then it's going to go down to where we negotiate this out. And, either fortunately or unfortunately, depending on who you are, they're going to take a major hit. And to me, I look at it as this, it's really a short-term pain for Wyoming. But if the people that are out there that are affected that think it really needs to be there, speak up, it's probably a good thing, because it's a reset. It's make them look inwardly, make them really come out and be able to articulate what they do. It's a little what we just did with the PRCA is they really, and I'm not knocking them. I enjoy my state employees, and I think they do they really didn't do a good job of articulating to the Appropriations Committee and the public what they really do, what they have done, and what they're capable of. And folks, we're in a real argument, Jake, right now about economic development and how it happens. And, it's a competitive world out there, and I'm going to be upfront about it. It's not about loans, and it's not about people coming here. The only businesses that come running to Wyoming that we obviously always get is ones that use our extractive industries, and they can't go somewhere else to get it. We're going to get the oil companies to come because they can't drill for oil in Florida. That's just a fact. But all the rest of it, those are highly competitive, and it's about what kind of attitude the state has, what kind of business environment we create. Rules and regulations are a big part of it. And ironically, I see them forcing them to come here, but I don't see a big upbeat about it. Let's make our rules and regulations more business friendly, because that's what you do is you create an environment that people want to come. And we had it. We have another example, a little like the PRCA. The nuclear industry was all in. We had a dozen businesses looking at coming to Wyoming. Now, I'm not going to get in the debate about nuclear storage or anything else, but when you talk initial stages, we didn't give them a chance to lay out what they were trying to do and how we did it. We just said, we're closed for business. And now one of the major anchors of it's now in Tennessee. They were coming to Wyoming for, once again, $10 million of salt in the mine. Tennessee paid them $70 million. They actually wanted to come to us with less incentives, and we told them no. We're in the process, same thing with rare earths up in Crook County and Upton, where I live at. They kind of would like to try to come up with $16 million to turn that plan into permanent production. The other side saying, no, we'll loan it to you. And I've kind of fished out and visited with their people, and it's like, no, a loan, because all our other loans and the way we do things probably get pretty tough for us to do it. And we can't give you shares. So once again, do we want to take a look at 300 jobs up there in Northeast Wyoming that's not Campbell County, that's where we don't have a lot of jobs, and take a chance with $16 million? Or do we want to say, let's go ahead and let, once again, Texas build the rare earth processing plants and have the capacity for the United States? These are policy decisions we make. I'm really upfront about them. I'm one of the ones I'm willing to take, because here's what's happened with taxpayer dollars in the past. We've done them, and yeah, we've lost some. We've got some vertical gardens went bad, some different investments, absolutely. But let's look at the ones that work. Rail Park in Upton, I know ones that are in my backyard. Closed down a bentonite company, now has more jobs than it had when it was producing bentonite. This is the investments we're making. We don't talk about it, and investing is just critical for us.
Economic development has been forefront in this budget session, certainly, where they're talking about what to do with the Wyoming Business Council, talking about money to the PRCA relocation. Is it enough for Wyoming to say we have really attractive tax environment? Will they come? Wyoming doesn't live in a vacuum. It's competitive economic development. Thank you, Senator Driskill. We got to go for news. Appreciate it.
Thank you. I always appreciate being on, Jake.
Absolutely. Time for news. Let's do that now.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. The Sublette County attorney prosecuting Cody Roberts for cruelty for allegedly torturing a wolf says chasing it down and taping its mouth are all part of the crime. But Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that the filing gives insight into who may testify against Roberts.
What was interesting in the filing is that it does lay out a little bit more about what some of the testimony may be. He says there may be testimony of someone who Roberts allegedly told about running down the wolf and how he chased the wolf and brought it back to his house on his snowmobile. And then other testimony about the examination of the deceased wolf. And it's come in less than 3 weeks until his trial is set to start, scheduled for March 9th.
Clayton Milinkovich, who is prosecuting the case, says in his response that the whole act of capturing, tormenting, and killing the wolf are part of a single act of abusing the animal. Senate President Bo Beitman's bill to channel severance tax revenues into a Trump administration-backed energy dominance fund passed the chamber 31-0 on Thursday. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports the bill also has gotten support from the Trump administration.
It was singled out by the White House in Washington, D.C., and the Energy Dominance Council there with a letter of support. So Beitman was happy to distribute a copy of this letter from the White House, basically saying, go get them. We support this energy dominance legislation at the state level. It really ties in with what we're trying to accomplish with the Trump administration's energy policy.
The roughly $105 million in severance tax revenues would be used for projects tied to coal, natural gas, uranium, enhanced oil recovery, pipeline infrastructure, rare earth and critical mineral processing, and baseload energy development. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. Here's a winter driving safety tip from WYDOT. Make sure your vehicle's in good working condition with proper tire inflation, fluids topped off, good wiper blades, and brake inspections, and slow down in bad winter weather. This reminder from WYDOT.
My name's Brady Thornock. I manage my family's ranch here in Uena County. Ranching teaches you to think long term, and it teaches you that Wyoming stays strong when there's real work here. That's why I'm building a data center on this ranch with a Wyoming company called Prometheus Hyperscale. This project will create thousands of Wyoming jobs, and it will use Wyoming's natural gas resources. We need to build Wyoming. I'm doing this for the future of Wyoming.
Build Wyoming with Prometheus Hyperscale. Go to buildwyoming.com. At Hoskinson Health Advanced Imaging, an imaging experience that's accurate and above all, human. Built around the most advanced diagnostic technology in Wyoming, we deliver fast, Clear and reliable answers. No physician referral is required for an appointment. Most insurance is accepted. Competitive cash pricing and personalized insurance assistance. Hoskinson Health Advanced Imaging. We are the future of healthcare now, and your doctor works here. Visit hoskinsonhealth.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. A Big Piney man was sentenced Thursday to between 75 years and life in prison for the bow and arrow killing of a 23-year-old autistic man. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that 20-year-old Rowan Littauer was ordered to pay over $4,000 in restitution to the victim's family.
He said that he has an impossible debt that he'll spend the rest of his life striving to pay. The judge noted that both him and the victim had developmental diagnoses, this longing for friends, this struggle to connect with friends. According to Littauer, he didn't actually know his victim.
The Thursday sentencing of Littauer brings finality to a pair of cases that started when Littauer texted a female last year telling her he'd killed somebody over the weekend of February 1st, 2025. A driver who comes across a rolling closure might see nothing but clear skies and dry conditions and ask, well, why is the road closed? Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi has the answer and reports that WYDOT says it's to keep towns from being overwhelmed.
They'll extend the closure outward so that they can take the pressure off those communities and spread more of those people out. So it's different from a full closure. And for Wyomingites, it's very different because you can actually get a permit to travel through roads that are under a rolling closure.
According to WYDOT, a rolling closure starts after an incident, usually a traffic accident or hazardous weather. It starts in the communities on either side of the hazardous area and can be extended further based on the severity of the situation. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
All right. I think I'm on time. I'm a minute behind. I get so many. When I get 1 minute behind, it's impossible to do this show. But that's not Hallie's problem. Dr. Hallie Hasel's on the show. She's the state veterinarian since 2021, right? Took over for Dr. Jim Logan. How's the job been going so far? What is it? There's a lot you have to be concerned with, from anthrax to a screwworm and much more. Great to have you on.
Great. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak this morning. We do have a lot of diseases that we constantly worry about. We've anthrax, brucellosis, equine herpes virus, and of course, one that's a major threat now to the United States is New World screwworm. So there's always something new out there.
Something new and something old. These are things we thought we dealt with. We thought we got rid of. We hadn't seen anthrax since, the 70s? Same thing for this screwworm. We thought we had it at bay in South America. There's this, not invisible, but there's this barrier. Explain how this worm can travel. You know, the flies, they don't recognize borders. And how we originally had it maybe vanquished for a while. And why is it back? Let's talk about the screwworm. It looks nasty. I hate it, even looking what it does to cows.
Absolutely, so much. So first of all, the screwworm it feeds on live flesh, on living tissue. It's a parasitic fly that feeds on live tissue. And we had it eradicated. In the early 2000s, we eradicated it from basically Central America all the way up and through the United States. It was eradicated from the United States actually in the 70s, and then in Central America in the early 2000s. Unfortunately, over the last few years, the fly has crept back on a northward route from South Central America. And this is due, the only technique that's available to eradicate this is called the sterile insect technique. And that uses sterile male flies. Unfortunately, those sterile male flies stopped being the dominant male flies in Central America, and therefore the females started mating with the more dominant wild type flies.
Oh my.
So they had to develop a new genetic strain. But as a result of that, we were no longer able to keep the flies eradicated. The flies are now moving north out of Central America into Mexico and not far from the southern border of Texas. The fly travels, basically it can travel, the fly tends to stay around cattle. It likes to stay around its host, some living tissue. So it doesn't just take off on its own. You're talking about maybe a 2 to 5 mile radius, somewhere in there. It'll travel with those animals. It won't just fly off. But as you said, it doesn't recognize borders. So as livestock move, deer move, other species move, that fly travels with those species and infects live flesh. And if we don't catch those parasites, those maggots, they can actually kill an animal within 7 days because they burrow into that flesh.
Dr. Hasel, it sounds like you have to be also half entomologist, like all these things you have to know about insects, but you are perfect for this job. And I'll tell you why. She practiced veterinary medicine for 15 years in Kansas, then long career with the USDA APHIS Veterinary Services, former director of the cattle fever tick eradication program on the Texas-Mexico border for 6 years. So she knows how things get into the U.S., can get into a state, can get here where we don't want them. And that's interesting about the screwworm. I have not heard that. I thought it was making a comeback because the program, which is very expensive to create these sterile flies, I thought we were taking money out of that. It was getting doged. It was too much, too costly. It's weird. The flies are like changing their behavior. That's not good news. And so what can we do in Wyoming? It takes cooperation of not just one state, right? I mean, Wyoming can't do this on our own, but what can we do to hold the screwworm at bay?
Excellent question. And you're right. It is an integrated pest management to be able to eradicate basically screwworm flies from the United States should they reoccur. Keep in mind, they are not in the United States yet, so we're good. But all states are working together. The states have developed basically a draft response plan should we see them in the United States. Texas and Florida are working really, really hard on their response plans because obviously Texas is a really high-risk location. Should those flies come in, we now have treatments available through FDA for our livestock species, also for our domestic pets, because we have to worry about this just not in our pets, but also in our livestock. And the first thing that we need producers to do, and I shouldn't just say producers, it's livestock owners, it's pet owners, it's equine owners, anybody that has animals, basically.
Yeah.
They need to watch for signs of maggots, those nice, juicy little creatures. Watch for maggots in an animal. If an animal's acting strange, it has an open wound, it could be shaking its head because these flies can lay eggs in the larvae in something as small as a tick bite. They can infect a tick bite, and then the maggots develop from there. So an animal that's acting strange, if there's a wound that's not healing, if they're really scratching, if they see maggots on a live animal, they need to call their veterinarian. They need to call the Wyoming Livestock Board. They can call USDA Vet Services. Call us, let us know, and we'll come and sample those maggots, send them into our diagnostic lab in Ames, Iowa for confirmation, and then work with that producer or that owner to be able to treat those animals. And then also inspect where those animals have been to see if larvae may have been laid on the premise or in the area, and implement an integrated pest management approach to a topical treatment and a systemic treatment and looking for those flies in that region. So basically call us. If you see maggots in live flesh, call your vet, call the livestock board.
Yeah, it's similar really to sort of the pandemic and COVID tracing ground zero. The right people need to know and need to know immediately so we can stop it before it gets too far. I thought we had a fly. Some lady brought a fly back in Maryland. I remember hearing about that. Maybe we can't. It just took one fly swatter. I don't know. But here's the wide-ranging implications of the screwworm. Not only the beef industry, as you said, the rodeo business. I talked to Tom Herzig at Cheyenne Frontier Days, and they talk about that it's getting harder, if possible at all, to get those really fast Corriente steers out of Mexico.
That's a very true statement. So the border has been closed since May of 2025 to any cattle coming in from Mexico, which is where most of the rodeo Corrientes come from. And that also limits our supply of livestock in the U.S. But USDA has teams in Mexico that are evaluating Central America and Mexico's response, their treatment, their surveillance, how they're handling these positive animals. So that's all being evaluated by USDA. Don't know when the border will reopen at this time. But that is an absolutely true statement. Yes.
That's tough. It's tough. We're talking to state veterinarian Hallie Hasel, been in the job since 2021. And I imagine you are in constant contact on speed dial with USDA. A lot of work going on there. Let's turn the topic to anthrax. We thought it was gone in the 70s. It showed up again. Is there a vaccine? What has been the reaction in Wyoming?
So anthrax is sporadic. Unfortunately, it lives in the soil and we can't eradicate it from the soil. There are areas of anthrax in the United States that occur every year. Areas such as in North Dakota, South Dakota, Texas, that it persists in that soil. We found obviously that it occurs in Wyoming. We hadn't had it since the 1970s and it reoccurred, within a year or so ago in Wyoming around Elk Mountain. The good thing about anthrax, unlike screwworm, is that we have an excellent vaccine for anthrax that's approved for livestock. The producers that are in those high-risk areas, if they vaccinate those animals and keep them vaccinated before they go on that land, they can essentially keep anthrax out of their livestock. We don't know when it will reoccur again. It really depends on weather events, and look at the winter we've had. Who knows what's next? So whenever we have a drought period or a heavy rain period, those spores can come out of the soil and infect those cattle that are grazing on that land. And it's not just cattle, it's also horses and other livestock species. But we have an excellent vaccine for those species.
Good. Disease transmission and tracing of getting data on disease transmission, probably pretty crucial to your office. Talk about the EID tags and how that makes things, I'm sure, a little bit easier for you and for tracing what's being passed and where and, brucellosis, whatever it is, these electronic ID tags.
Certainly. So electronic ID tags were basically implemented or mandated by USDA in November of last year. And those tags allow us to basically just use a wand to read those tags. And then it saves all that data, that 15-digit number. When we just use the metal tags, there's a lot of transposition of numbers, as we've had in the past.
Yeah.
With these electronic tags, there's no misreading of those numbers when you use a wand to read those. They very quickly transmit that information anywhere we want it to go in the United States. So we can read those cattle with our wands, our electronic wands, save that data, download it into our systems, and transmit it to any state in the U.S. If those cattle are on the road, that state they're going to has that data long before they ever arrive. It allows us a very efficient and quick and accurate method of tracing cattle all throughout the United States that we didn't really have in place until the end of basically last fall. Yes, it's correct.
Yeah. Previously, it was, is cow 232 sick or 323? Oh, man. I can't.
Correct.
Yes, I get it.
Absolutely.
Hey, anything about the milk market? We're seeing, President Trump all the way, in Washington, D.C. wants to put 2% milk back in classrooms. And there's a lot of things to do with making sure our milk is healthy. We don't do a ton of dairy in Wyoming, but we do.
Yes, we actually only have just a handful of licensed dairies in Wyoming. Unfortunately, avian influenza has had a significant impact on dairies all across the United States. So that is one thing that's affected our dairies everywhere is avian influenza. Honestly, we don't deal with the milk market so much because we don't have a milk processor in the state of Wyoming. The milk that we do produce is sent either to Colorado or Montana. But we do have some very highly efficient dairies within our state. But avian influenza is something that they're really watching out for in those dairies. And that's typically spread by wild waterfowl. Geese, ducks will spread avian influenza, but it impacts our dairies as well.
Well, from anthrax to avian flu to screwworm, there's a lot to keep you up at night, Dr. Hasel. Right now, that New World screwworm, that has to be, is that top of the list? Like, we have got to be diligent about this.
The New World screwworm is absolutely at the top of our list right now. Should that come into the United States, it will cost the livestock industry billions because of the fact that it can infect and basically go into an animal to a wound, burrow into that wound, and kill that animal within 7 days. That is very, very quick, and that will cost us billions because it can go unnoticed in a herd very, very quickly and be devastating to that herd. Wyoming is really fortunate, though, that Typically, that screwworm does not live at elevations above 7,000 feet, nor does it live at prolonged sustained temperatures that are below the 40s. So at certain times of the year, in most parts of our state, we may not have to worry about that larvae spreading. But when we have cattle come in that graze on our federal grazing lands or our state grazing, BLM, Forest Service lands, sometimes those cattle aren't looked at on a regular basis during the summer. And should we have screwworm come into our state during basically spring or summer months, and it goes unnoticed for a few days, it can spread in that herd extremely quickly and cost that producer billions. Not only that, we have the larvae in the ground because they burrow into the ground. So now we have to deal with that. So we have larvae in the animal, we have larvae in the ground, we have the fly in the region. So once we have it, eradicating it is a very, very complicated procedure. So it is our number one concern currently in the United States, yes.
Well, there you go. Cowboy State Daily has been following the New World screwworm, almost literally, certainly in the news. And if we're accused of being sensational, no, Dr. Hallie Hasel says it is an issue. She's a state veterinarian, and thank you for coming on, enlightening us on a lot of things. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Have a great day. Let's
you too.
We got to get to Don Day with a forecast next.
Winter is here. Wind chills below zero, ice and snow. Oh, and the drifts. Oh, you know what it's like. But guess what? Cowboy State Daily has you covered with the most accurate and reliable forecast with meteorologist Don Day. So you know what to expect. You know the saying, if you don't like the weather in Wyoming, just wait 5 minutes. It will change. But you don't have to keep checking the skies or an app on your phone to see if it's going to rain or snow. So make sure you're getting your forecast from Cowboy State Daily's Don Day. Every day.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad! Okay, here we go, throw it! Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Nice.
Jason, let's go see your room.
What do you think? We kept it a little spare, so you can decorate it how you like.
Dinner! Go?
Excellent. Soccer is fun. Yeah, I saw you guys out there.
Time for Day Weather Forecast. Don Day is with us live today. Don, it's one of those days in Wyoming where we have noted the opposite often, where one town, one community, one county can be 20 degrees different. The weather today, the weather in Wyoming, for the most part, pick a point on the map, throw a dart on the map. It's 25 to 30 for a high with a slight chance of seeing some flakes that aren't going to amount to much, but more sun than snow. Everywhere.
Yeah, it's cold. It's like February. I think winter started, 2 days ago with 19 below overnight in Gillette and 19 below overnight in Casper.
Ooh, I was complaining about 8 below in Jackson. Okay.
Yeah, you're the hot spot.
Wow. That is, that's different. Pipes freezing. Yeah, we go from avalanche talk to possible pipe freezing. Winter stuff that we haven't had to worry about. Some of us still wondering where we put that snowblower in the garage. It's behind everything.
It's in front of your golf clubs because you've been golfing more than snowblowing.
Got that right. We are going to see, though, again, kind of a warm up. I see 40s maybe even in another week. What's happening? Or I see snow next week also.
Yeah, we're getting to that time of year where you should expect the ups and downs to be more frequent.
Yeah.
Couple weeks, Jake, it's going to be March.
I know it. I can't believe it.
Yeah, so the days are getting longer, and that affects things. But the storyline through the weekend is that you mentioned there may be a few flurries in Laramie and Cheyenne later today and tonight. There's another storm in Colorado, Utah, and Colorado getting snow right now. It's snowing in Grand Junction, Colorado. Grand Junction does not get a lot of snow. They're getting snowed on right now. So more snow for the Utah and Colorado mountains, but it's a small system and it's effectively missing most of the state. But it's going to remain chilly today. It's going to remain chilly tomorrow. Sunday, it gets a little bit warmer. The days of the week that next week gets warmer, Monday and Tuesday, it does rebound nicely. We'll see some 40s and 50s. Problem with it is that it's going to come with the W word. We're going to see some wind pick up late Tuesday and Wednesday of next week ahead of the next cold front. And it's a little bit of a different animal than what we've seen this week. It's a Pacific Northwest cold front that's going to drive in some mountain snow and wind on the plains late Tuesday and Wednesday of next week. And it'll get colder behind that front. But you get into the time of year now where you get colder for a few days, warmer for a few days, kind of going back and forth.
Yeah, more ups and downs. Yeah, definitely. Late February and first half of March, you notice that a lot. March, I don't know if you can call that spring around here typically in Wyoming, but
you can get spring-like in March.
Yeah.
But calling it spring in Wyoming is it's a transition month from winter to spring. I've lived long enough around here that I don't think you can really start saying spring till mid to late April.
Yes. Like that 30 days, April 15 to May 15th. That's our spring. That's when it's okay to actually grow if you're grass and you're thinking about poking your head above ground. Yeah.
Average last freeze dates for most of Wyoming is between May 15th to May 20th. So we're far away from that.
We're just dreaming. All right. Thanks, Don.
Bye-bye.
Day weather forecast. Don's off to have a weekend. We're going to go to the governor's office. What do you think? I'm ready. Governor Mark Gordon will be joining us next week, but in his stead, even better, we have Amy Edmonds. Amy, what are you doing today?
I don't know if I'm better. I'm almost certain, Jake, I am not better than the governor of the state of Wyoming, but thank you for having me on. I'm doing good.
All right, let's talk about, starting with this issue that we really want to put behind us, the Checkgate thing. I thought we would hear from the governor's office in this. And we did. And the governor said, you know what? Here's the best way to deal with this. Money doesn't change hands on Capitol building and on state grounds. Let's just do that. That sounds like a compromise or something.
Yes. Yeah. No, that's right. Listen, the governor recognized right away that this executive order is really about protecting the people's trust, and that it needed to happen. Folks may not quite understand that the governor doesn't control the legislative branch. He's the executive branch. So the executive order covers what he can cover until the State Building Commission can meet, and then they can make it a matter of permanent rulemaking. But his executive order did essentially ban campaign contributions from happening on state properties.
Checkgate and the executive order from the governor's office banning check distribution in state buildings. Let's move to transparency. We're in a day and age where trust, and just look why, Checkgate, trust in politics, in our electeds is probably at an all-time low. What we really need is transparency. We like to know we can see everything government is doing. And with the governor, it's been the community listening tours. A couple in Gillette and Cody, how'd they go?
They went really well, Jake. I mean, it is fun to see Wyoming people come out, ask their chief executive a lot of questions. Wyoming is so unique in that way, right? And we even had there's a lot of new people in our state. We even had some people come to these forums who said, wow, this doesn't happen in the state that I came from, right? That I don't go to in most of the cases we're either at a college or, some arena and get to actually walk up to my governor, shake his hand, talk to him. They've been going well. We've had a lot of really good attendance, a lot of people asking questions. The point of these forums, Jake, is for the governor to be talking about his budget, but also to be listening. So the large part of the time are people coming up to the mic and asking the governor questions, and he's getting all kinds of stuff.
Next coming up is Torrington. That's on the 25th at Eastern Wyoming College. It's all part of the tour and the accessibility to our top guy in Wyoming, to the governor. Like I always hear, Wyoming's different in that you can just, go down to the many times you can find him in office. You're just easily visitable and easy to talk to and probably responds to emails. You're not going to get that with a governor from any other state. You're going to wait in a long, long line, and then he'll do a little parade wave to acknowledge you've been there, and that's it. Wyoming's unique that way, and I appreciate governor. It's important to the governor, isn't it, that he hears what the people are saying?
It is. I mean, he really wanted to go out and listen to folks. He's getting a lot of really, really good questions, a lot of interesting stuff. I mean, I think if I broke them down, I would say he's hearing frustration. A lot of folks coming and asking what's going on at the Capitol, particularly what's happening with the cuts. I think a lot of folks understand that the state's sitting on a surplus. And so they want to know, what are we doing here? Like, what's going on? I think most Wyomingites, like ranchers and business owners, understand, and the governor has said it many, many times, if we're not moving forward, we're dying. If we're not growing and investing, people know that they have to invest in their businesses and their ranches. And so he gets a lot of questions about that. What's going on with the cuts? Why are we cutting at the university? That is a big one, Jake. What's going on with fighting for water? All the stuff that people kind of want to ask about. He's also hearing concerns about property taxes. Both people who are saying, thank you for the cuts that we've had. We needed them. We felt the pressure of those property tax increases, but also, wait a minute, how far are we going to go with this? They know that property taxes stay local, and they're worried about services. What's going to happen to, our senior center? What's going to happen to I think you said it last week, Jake, the ambulance isn't going to come for, 10 extra minutes, or maybe not at all. And we're worried about that. So he's hearing questions about that, but he's also hearing some optimism. The governor spends time in his speech talking about the things that he's been doing, about the projects, about bringing businesses in here, about economic development and growing the state. And so a lot of younger people getting up and saying, good, we're excited, keep doing that.
Yeah, we hear economic development is the buzzword right now in Cheyenne during this budget session. How much does government need to get involved in when it comes to spurring economic development? There are two sides of the issue. And then when it comes to cuts during lean times, we've seen cuts to the budget when we had to. But it's just head scratching how some lawmakers have made deep gouges into the governor's $11 billion biannual budget in a time when we're doing okay. When we're doing okay, that's when you're supposed to, expand. That's when you're supposed to look to the future. And yet it seems personal, and some folks trying to prove a point in the legislature. I just don't get it. It's frustrating for the governor, I'm sure.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think so. Yes, absolutely. I mean, he's said it's just so important for us to continue to keep growing, and it is. And I think, we can, Jake, have these sort of lofty ideological arguments about whether or not government should be doing this. The reality is even our founders thought we should. There's a reason the Commerce Clause was written into our Constitution. I mean, you read the Federalists, the founders understood more than anything that the states were going to do this, that the states were going to be like squabbling children fighting back and forth, trying to get each other's commerce, right? And that's exactly what's happening. And that's the reality for Wyoming. We are in competition with other states. Whether you like it or not, whether you wish it wasn't the case, that is the reality. And we have to work in reality. And so the state is involved and needs to be involved to continue to grow and build this state.
During the community forums and maybe emails, phone calls, texts, everything, I can't believe Wyoming people are more concerned with business counsel, whether we need it or not, over like things that concern all of us every day, like healthcare. I mean, that is huge. Why are we talking more about healthcare? We just had the Rural Health Transformation Program. How does Wyoming fit in with this federal initiative? And rural healthcare in this state, we know, is strained, from OB services to EMS rising costs. People are concerned about healthcare and what's in the budget that's going to help healthcare. And are there cuts threatening that?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen cuts, obviously. I mean, I think more than anything, we've seen some real issues with the state looking at how do we improve when we're such a rural state, which is, I think, what's so exciting about President Trump's Rural Health Transformation Project. And actually, Jake, the reason the governor isn't on today is that he is actually in Washington, D.C. right now at the National Governors Association, but he's also meeting with some of the Trump administration folks to talk about things like the Rural Health Transformation Project, where Wyoming is at in that process. You know, in the State of the State, the governor thanks our federal delegation for helping to bring that federal monies here. We need to get that money. We need to apply that money out into our communities, because it really is the rural nature of this state that makes it such a challenge. But our communities need it. They need to have it. So the budget has that. It has the spending authority for the Rural Health Transformation Project, as well as all of the work that, you know, the Department of Health is doing, DFS is doing. But what's frustrating about some of the stuff like these cuts is that we see at the Department of Family Services, there are cuts to things like technology, which is the very thing that the DFS needs to keep our waste and fraud low. So we are literally stepping over, you know, dollars to get pennies, and it makes no sense. We need to continue to work on healthcare. We need to continue to help our rural communities, and we need to give these agencies the technologies they need to continue to keep waste fraud at the lowest it is, and it is low in Wyoming.
Attracting new businesses, attracting new jobs and new people to fill those jobs. That's one thing. How about keeping who we have? Employee compensation, I know that's been under a microscope. The governor says we have to pay our people better. We have to be competitive. We're going to have on later today Aaron Brown, Wyoming Highway Patrol, and the folks keeping you safe on the highways. They're paid among the lowest in the United States. We got to make sure we're paying people for what they do.
We do, absolutely. I mean, this is one of the big issues for the governor as well. In the past 10 years, we've only seen a few raises in salaries. I mean, as we see inflation and everything else, we are definitely behind the ball here on keeping our state employees compensated. The Department of, the Highway Patrol certainly has seen that. Lots of agencies have seen the pressure of being able to keep their people here. And they're just a critical part of all of the services that folks get. They're a critical part of what the state does. They deserve to be compensated at the rate of which they are working. And so, the governor is fighting for that. We're hoping to see something come across his desk. He definitely wants to see it.
Yeah, I think maybe the imagination is there's three people sitting around three cubicles when the job could be done by one. This is more like paying for some brightest attorneys that are going to fight for Wyoming's water rights, because that's a huge issue coming up. All kinds of things. I don't think it's necessarily bloat, like we don't need this person, that person, this person. We we really love this person. We don't want them to go work for another state.
No, exactly. I mean, the governor said in the State of the State, he recognized state employees, and he talked about, the error rates at the DFS. That's thanks to just two employees, people who understand how to do the work. We want to keep those people. The cost of the state for turnover, and you're exactly right, there's no bloat. Governor Gordon, when he came into office to today, there are 270 some less employees working for the state of Wyoming. The state is not full of bloat. We need to pay our employees. We're going to lose more. And when we lose them, when we have to rehire, it's going to cost the state more. This is just prudent. Any CEO, anybody running a business would understand why this is so important. When you have these top performing employees, you want to keep them, and you want to keep them happy. You pay them the salary. We are not competitive with our neighboring states, and we could continue to lose employees.
Yeah, I see legislators talk about that in their regular walks of life, whether they're ranchers or their energy business. Retaining employees is like top on their list, they always say. So put your money where your mouth is this budget session. Amy Edmonds joins us in lieu of the governor, Governor Mark Gordon in D.C. now to Yeah, talk. What's going on in D.C.? Gathering of governors?
Yes, Trump gathered governors. So it's gathering of governors.
Right.
They're doing the National Governors Association as well. He's also taking meetings with the Trump administration. So writing for the brand, Jake, doing the work of the people of Wyoming.
Yeah. All right. That's cool. Anything else, Amy?
No, I just would encourage folks to, they can watch their legislature doing their work on YouTube. So encourage that. Also encourage them to go to the governor's webpage under our budget updates if they want to see what we're doing over here in the governor's office. Thanks for having me on, Jake.
You bet. Stay, everybody, all our listeners and readers, stay involved. Thank you, Amy. Have a great weekend.
You too.
Amy Edmonds with Governor Mark Gordon's office. We'll have the governor on next week. We'll have the first lady on next week as well. That should be fun. We got to take a break. We'll come right back at you after these.
News happens at any time, any place. That's why at Cowboy State Daily, we're dedicated to the stories that matter, with reporters stretching from your hometown across Wyoming and beyond. It doesn't matter if it's happening in Yellowstone, the capital in Cheyenne, or the most remote slice of Wyoming. With over 150 years of combined journalism excellence, if it affects Wyoming, it affects you, and we've got it covered. Upstream from the herd, we're Cowboy State Daily.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
You know you don't have to wear your PT gear anymore, right?
It's comfortable.
So how's civilian life treating you?
It's fine.
When I got out, I didn't want to admit that there was anything wrong because I felt like a failure. And then I realized, there's nothing to be ashamed of. So I started talking to someone. Maybe you are fine, but if you're not, it's okay.
Thank you.
If you or a veteran you know needs support, don't wait. Reach out. Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
Hate is loud. It gets clicks. It gets attention. Hate, however, is actually quite small. But love is the majority. Filling up something far more important than any feed. Love fills our hearts, our lives, our every day with understanding, empathy, and compassion, leaving hate to become what it truly is, a whisper.
Welcome back from break on a finally Friday of the Cowboy State Daily Show. Big thanks to Amy Edmonds for popping in on behalf of the governor, who is in D.C. hobnobbing with the President Trump, talking about lots of things, including rural health care and money doled out to Wyoming and other states to help get health care to, the middle of nowhere, which is most of Wyoming. Hallie Hasel, Dr. Hasel was on State Veterinarian to talk about the challenges she faces in her office battling the new world screwworm, anthrax, all kinds of other stuff. That was interesting. And now we move to the House. On Cowboy State Daily, it's Representative John Bear. Chair Bear on Appropriations. Representative, how are you today?
Very well, Jake. Thank you for having me on your show again. Can you hear me okay?
I hear you great. You sound fantastic. Yeah, so I want to try to get to a lot of things with you. I heard you interviewed by I can't think of his name now. I was listening to you're on another show, so I'm a little jealous. But that's
I try to spread myself around, Jake. I'll make sure I always give you your fair share.
All right, good. Representative John Bear representing HD 31, Share of Appropriations, and one time was doing the duty for the Navy. You were on a fast frigate hunting out submarines back in the day.
That's right. I'd tell you about it, but then I'd have to kill you.
Yes, I'm sure. You led the Freedom Caucus into the majority. You were there at a crucial time, actually, 2022, 23, 24, when Freedom Caucus became the majority. That was a good time to be doing what you were doing, chair of the FC.
Well, we really have been blessed, but, I think it's really the result of the people of Wyoming saying that they want to see change. I was there to certainly do the work, but we couldn't have done anything if the people hadn't risen up and given us that majority. I mean, there were people elected that weren't even people that we knew, and they turned out to be really the same type of mindset as the rest of us in the Freedom Caucus. And so that kind of election result led to a majority, which has led to the kind of debate that we're seeing about the budget right now. And that's what I'd really like to chat with you about. I don't know if that's on your agenda or not, but you said you got a short time, you got a lot on your mind, so I'll talk as fast as I can.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to extend this in the news cycle any longer than it needs be, but let's start with the check gate and have you address it in your words and then put that to rest, and we'll talk about the budget. But yeah, this whole check thing, and I don't know, what are your thoughts?
Well, I think it's unfortunate that individuals, who probably didn't even know they were, doing something wrong, because they certainly hadn't broken the law or the rules, just received something from a friend, and then turned out, being a campaign donation, turned out to be a big deal. And so that's unfortunate. I tell you where I find it most unfortunate is that the Democrats have really used this to try to derail the session and our work. And that's the most important thing, that we do the right thing in dealing with this. And I think we are. We've voted unanimously to change our rules to make this so it is not proper to do it according to the rules. And I think we should be moving forward and getting the work of the people done right now.
It certainly has been a distraction, whether it's Representative Provenza, Representative Yin, both who took exception to the look of the checks. Was that okay, what they did, saying this, I don't like the looks of this, or?
Oh, sure. Everybody's got an opinion. It's what they've done as far as trying to derail debate on the real issues. We can talk about, the honor of the House and things like that. I think every member of the House of Representatives really does care about the reputation and honor of the House, and some mistakes were definitely made, and I think we need to address those. I think we are addressing those, and we should move on and get the work done. But unfortunately, what's happened is it's become something that's getting in the way of debate about policy and really doing the right work for the people of Wyoming.
It's become a real negative with the budget session, but the positives are there, Representative Bear. We never used to look at a budget session. It used to be a big yawner. The positive is we're talking about the budget. Oh, my goodness. That's a good thing.
And I am so grateful for that. I really am. I mean, weeks and weeks of coverage on the budget so that people start thinking about it. What should the state become? And in your last show, I think I mentioned that we don't want to become the Washington, D.C. of the West, but I'd like to get into specifics because there's a lot of misinformation out there about the budget. The Freedom Caucus has been, I don't want to say maligned, but they've been characterized as taking an axe and a hatchet and a chainsaw to the budget. But I just want to point this out. In 2023, in November of 2023, the governor brought a $9.9 billion budget to the legislature. And just this last November, 2 years later, he brought an $11.1 billion budget to the legislature. That's a 12% increase in 2 years, 12%. Now, what did your JAC under mine and Senator Salazar's direction do? We removed $360 million or so, which equates to 3% reduction in that 12% increase. So really, it's only in Washington, D.C. and Democrat math that leads to saying that you're taking an axe and a hatchet and a chainsaw to the budget when you reduce a 12% increase by 3%.
And, you know, it's not unusual for the two chambers to be far apart on a budget. 2 years ago, you were $1 billion off, weren't you, the House and the Senate?
That's right. That's right. And I was hoping that would get more attention, but we got two headlines about that $1 billion difference. But now that we're cutting $360 million, you know, the sky is falling. But I will tell you this, the Senate returned all of that reduction back to the governor's budget. So their side is still at that 12% increase over a 2-year ago budget. And we're looking at about a 9%. And so we're just trying to slow the growth of government. And, you know, we did do some deeper cuts in a couple of areas like the Wyoming Business Council and the University of Wyoming, because we really wanted to say, hey, these things need to be looked at by the people of Wyoming and decide, what are your priorities? You know, do we want to have, and it was said on the floor, do we want to have 1.4 students per staff member at the University of Wyoming? Or do we want to really get that aligned, and do we want to really get the DEI out of the University of Wyoming and really start providing practical education for the jobs for the people of Wyoming?
Representative Bear, you know, looking hard at the governor's proposed budget and right-sizing government, making sure government stays small and doesn't get too bloated. I get all that. These two sidebars when it comes to the University and Business Council, it feels like appropriations is sending messages. Certainly the message to Laramie, nobody was listening. So $40 million later, suddenly they're listening. Is this what it is? Is it about, you know, no one's listening to us when it comes to Business Council or University? Let's start with the University and the Morrill Act. The University has lost its focus on the land grant concept. They're not teaching things that benefit Wyoming specifically. Is that true?
That's my take on it.
Yeah.
You know, when we have degrees like, minors like ecofeminism and studies in gender studies, things that are just not really practical for a workforce and a young business ready society here in the state of Wyoming. Those are jobs that you're going to have to find in Washington, D.C. or San Francisco, and they're really not important to the people of Wyoming. And so I really think that the university should reflect the industry and the economy of the state of Wyoming. And that's how you get to that practical. The word practical really means that tie-in with the economy.
Representative Bear, let's talk about the Business Council. I mean, the intent from the Freedom Caucus, from the House, from the appropriations vote, 9-3 vote, is to defund, if not dissolve, Business Council. And the message has gotten through, certainly to the Senate. You saw, you know, they've had to make votes there. Messages that came from Josh Durrell himself when he said, you know, I would need $1 billion to move the needle. That had a lot of sway. I mean, ears perked up in the House. And then the governor himself took the budget and almost halved it when it comes to the Business Council. What kind of messages do they send to lawmakers?
Well, it's a time to reflect what is the proper role of government when it comes to economic development. And, you know, I would not argue that infrastructure is an important role of government. We need to have streets. We need to have curb and gutter. We need to have water and sewer so that if businesses want to come here, they can. If people want to build a home here, they can. And so we need to get back to that with our funds, because we clearly don't have enough funds to hand to multi-billion-dollar businesses to entice them to come here, especially when we're in competition with places like Texas and California. So why do that? Why not create a great atmosphere that's ready for them to come with low-cost energy, low taxation, and the right level of regulation? And we can do that. That's the proper role of government in my mind. We shouldn't be handing out taxpayer funds to businesses that eventually fail and then leave the state and leave us high and dry.
That's more of the Western way anyway. A hand up, not a hand out. There should be things that are attractive enough about Wyoming to draw businesses, to draw people. We got a lot going for us.
Can I add something to that? I know Ogden Driskill, Senator Driskill was on your show earlier talking about the PRCA.
Mm-hmm.
We also there's two measures in this budget. One is for rare earth resources up in my neck of the woods, a business that wants to process rare earths, which is a good thing. We want that business. But both of these situations, the PRCA museum wants to move from Colorado Springs to Cheyenne. And do we, as a state, do we hand them taxpayer money to do those things? And that's a big question. And, we're going to still debate these things, but I will say this, the government's been doing it for some time now. And I don't anticipate that we're going to do a 180-degree change in this session. So we're going to see some of that stuff continuing. My hope would be that we wean ourselves off of handing cash to different organizations and we really make this a place where it's easy to do business.
That the particular measure in the Senate passed the second reading last night. That's freeing up some $15 million out of tourism tax money to attract the PRCA. How will it play in the House, particularly with the Freedom Caucus and you?
Well, currently, as it came out of the JAC, it was a loan. So at least the taxpayers would get their money back, and they would get that with I'm sorry, I've confused it. That was the RER situation. The JAC still has the PRCA in there with tourism dollars. And the RER situation is a loan where the taxpayers would get their money back. Now, I see that there are efforts from Freedom Caucus members and allies to remove both of those. And so if they were to be removed from the budget, then we would go into negotiations with the Senate and come out somewhere maybe in between, or maybe those things would be funded and something else would not. But there's about a $370 million difference between the House and the Senate right now.
Yeah, and that's made for some late night hours. What else? I mean, let
me say something about the late night hours. One of the things that the criticisms that will come is that, this is a haphazard thrown together budget, but those long hours of debate shows that this budget coming out of the House is well vetted. This is one of the best vetted budgets that we've ever seen because of the amount of time and debate and discussion about this budget.
Oh yeah, that's my takeaway. I'm seeing you work late at night just shows the commitment to you getting things right. Whatever, if you do it at 2 a.m. or 2 p.m, it's all the same. You're working hard to try to find a budget and match it with the Senate. That's going to be the hard part.
And it is. And this is really the thing that your listeners need to understand is that in the end, 16 senators are going to really decide what this budget looks like.
How so?
Because if we can't get 16 senators to agree, then this budget won't pass. We know that there's a willingness in the House to come to some agreement, but we'd like to slow the growth of government. So we'd like to see some reductions. We've taken a pretty hardcore work at it, as far as what we've done through the second reading. And we're going to take that into that joint conference committee. But in the end, if you can't get 16 senators to vote for it, you don't have a budget. And we are constitutionally required to have that budget. So again, it comes down to those 16 senators. Are there 16 senators in Wyoming that are willing to reduce the budget at all?
One last thing, Representative Bear, this is Chair of House Appropriations and representing HD 31, Representative John Bear. This narrative that, now is not the time to trim government. We're in a surplus. If times were tough, yeah, you want to cut, but you got to grow when times are good.
Well, again, I'll reiterate that this is a 12% increase over the budget that we saw in 2023, and so in 2024. So if we want to grow at that rate, great. Let's spend every dime that comes in. But when we start to control our spending, then we are much better off as far as being in a position to help our citizens and lower their tax burden. If we want companies to come here and find a good home from overseas, as the Trump administration makes it a good idea to manufacture here in the state of Wyoming, and we provide that low cost energy that really makes this a great place, then we've got to have a government that really runs lean. And so, not spending every dime that comes in is how you get there.
Representative John Bear, I appreciate you being on the show this morning. I know you got a lot of work to do again on a Friday. You going to be working tomorrow? That's what I heard.
I think there's a good chance of it. It took us 2 days to get through 100 amendments that we're trying to put $1.5 billion back onto the budget, in one form or another. And all $1.5 billion of those were defeated by your conservative, limited government legislators in the House.
Thank you, Representative Bear, for being on. Appreciate it.
Thank you. You bet.
Cowboy State Daily Show. Yeah, that's a hard work budget session, but the positive to come out of it, obviously there's some negatives. There's the Checkgate scandal. There's some tough cuts that we're talking about, but the positives are we're talking about a budget. Normally, this is something that would not have had a lot of headlines in years past, but we're talking about every dime and the budget important. We only do it every 2 years. Hey, we're out of time. We're halfway through. We got to get to our news and then much more coming up next hour. We got an exciting hour 3 for you right after news for our radio affiliates. It's the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. The Sublette County attorney prosecuting Cody Roberts for cruelty for allegedly torturing a wolf says chasing it down and taping its mouth are all part of the crime. But Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that the filing gives insight into who may testify against Roberts.
What was interesting in the filing is it does lay out a little bit more about what some of the testimony may be. He says there may be testimony of someone who Roberts allegedly told about running down the wolf and how he chased the wolf and brought it back to his house on his snowmobile. And then other testimony about the examination of the deceased wolf. And it's coming less than 3 weeks until his trial is set to start. It's scheduled for March 9th.
Clayton Milinkovich, who is prosecuting the case, says in his response that the whole act of capturing, tormenting, and killing the wolf are part of a single act of abusing the animal. Senate President Bo Biteman's bill to channel severance tax revenues into a Trump administration-backed energy dominance fund passed the chamber 31-0 on Thursday. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports the bill also has gotten support from the Trump administration.
It was singled out by the White House in Washington, D.C., and the Energy Dominance Council there with a letter of support. So Biteman was happy to distribute a copy of this letter from the White House, basically saying, go get them. We support this energy dominance legislation at the state level. It really ties in with what we're trying to accomplish with the Trump administration's energy policy.
The roughly $105 million in severance tax revenues would be used for projects tied to coal, natural gas, uranium, enhanced oil recovery, pipeline infrastructure, rare earth and critical mineral processing, and baseload energy development. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. Here's a winter driving safety tip from WYDOT. Make sure your vehicle's in good working condition with proper tire inflation, fluids topped off, good wiper blades, and brake inspections, and slow down in bad winter weather. This reminder from WYDOT.
My name's Brady Thornock. I manage my family's ranch here in Uena County. Ranching teaches you to think long-term, and it teaches you that Wyoming stays strong when there's real work here. That's why I'm building a data center on this ranch with a Wyoming company called Prometheus Hyperscale. This project will create thousands of Wyoming jobs, and it will use Wyoming's natural gas resources. We need to build Wyoming. I'm doing this for the future of Wyoming.
Build Wyoming with Prometheus Hyperscale. Go to buildwyoming.com. At Hoskinson Health Advanced Imaging, an imaging experience that's accurate and above all, human. Built around the most advanced diagnostic technology in Wyoming, we deliver fast, clear, and reliable answers. No physician referral is required for an appointment. Most insurance is accepted. Competitive cash pricing and personalized insurance assistance. Hoskinson Health Advanced Imaging. We are the future of healthcare now, and your doctor works here. Visit hoskinsonhealth.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. A Big Piney man was sentenced Thursday to between 75 years and life in prison for the bow and arrow killing of a 23-year-old autistic man. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that 20-year-old Rowan Littauer was ordered to pay over $4,000 in restitution to the victim's family.
He said that he has an impossible debt that he'll spend the rest of his life striving to pay. The judge noted that both him and the victim had developmental diagnoses, this longing for friends, this struggle to connect with friends. According to Littauer, he didn't actually know his victim.
The Thursday sentencing of Littauer brings finality to a pair of cases that started when Littauer texted a female last year telling her he'd killed somebody over the weekend of February 1st, 2025. A driver who comes across a rolling closure might see nothing but clear skies and dry conditions and ask, well, why is the road closed? Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi has the answer and reports that YDOT says it's to keep towns from being overwhelmed.
They'll extend the closure outward so that they can take the pressure off those communities and spread more of those people out. So it's different from a full closure. And for Wyomingites, it's very different because you can actually get a permit to travel through roads that are under a rolling closure.
According to YDOT, a rolling closure starts after an incident, usually a traffic accident or hazardous weather. It starts in the communities on either side of the hazardous area and can be extended further based on the severity of the situation. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
I'm an ex-drug dealer, and I'll be your sub today. Can you see anything different as a pill? No. You don't know?
Fentanyl is being mixed into everything now. There's only one thing that will save somebody's life. That is naloxone nasal spray.
Fentanyl, it's cheap, it's potent, and it's profitable.
Why would drug dealers put a lethal dose of fentanyl in drugs if they know it's so harmful?
Really just all about the money.
I just didn't realize that one pill could change your whole life.
More kitchen now.
Cowboy State Daily Show, Friday, Hour 3. Scott Clem is here. Scott, former legislator, and he writes regular columns from the Cowboy State Daily. The latest when campaign cash matters more than the people's work. And we're talking about the Checkgate scandal thing, and more than the act itself, the improprieties of handing out checks on the House floor, it's the reaction now that Scott and I are most concerned with, and what Scott refers to is the idolatry of power. It is so true. Suddenly we're seeing blaming, the blame game. It's Carly Provenza's fault for taking the photo and what she did with it. It's Representative Mike Ian's fault for taking objection. Yeah, the blame. What does it tell us about lawmakers, what we're seeing now?
Yeah, thanks for having me back on. I'm still trying to figure it all out, too. From the very beginning, I think the thing that bothered me the most was, whether or not this is, true dyed-in-the-wool bribery. There's without a doubt, it's, in my view, influence peddling. And I'm struggling to get past this notion that it's, I guess for me, it's kind of like common sense. And part of that is my own background, being in the legislature. Like nothing like this ever happened. And as I mentioned, I think to you last week, it was kind of beat over our heads, so to speak, as far as those constitutional sections in Article 3 about bribery, about, influence peddling, all of that. And so for me, it's like, okay, I'm going to keep this thing way out at arm's length. And so to even see money monetary gifts and money exchanging hands during the legislative session. It looks awful. It just looks awful, whether or not it's bribery. And I guess what I'm struggling with is, instead of someone actually just owning up and saying, yeah, that's bad. And you know what? And I take ownership, and we're never going to do this again. And we're going to make sure we're going to put rules. We're going to codify laws. But this is unacceptable. And shoot, I think most Wyomingites would even be somewhat sympathetic. I mean, there are often times when we're caught off guard with things, right? Someone just comes and shoves a check in your face. It's like, most people I don't think are prepared for that. Like, that's the last thing that you would expect someone to do. And so I try to be, I'm trying to put myself in their situation, in their shoes. I'm trying to be a little bit gracious. I go back to what I heard, this happened also in the Senate. And I think the right response is what happened over in the Senate, where someone was approached, apparently, that received a check and then took it to LSO. Like, there's something off about this, and I'm going to go take this to LSO. We're going to go and make sure that, everything's on the up and up. We're not even going to blur that line because of the legislative session right now. And so, whether or not it's legal, as I wrote in the article, that scripture comes to mind. It's in 2 Corinthians. You can find it in 1 Corinthians 6 and 1 Corinthians 10, where the Apostle Paul says, all things are lawful, but not all things are expedient or beneficial. All things are lawful, but I'm not going to be brought under the power of any. All things are lawful, but not all things build up. And so for me, that's where my mind goes. Like, I don't know. So I'm struggling with that. And then to see all of the blame shifting and playing the victim, like you kind of started out. It's Provenza's fault. It's Yen's fault. It's the sheriff's fault. It's everybody's fault, except for us, right? And I think that's the thing that's unpalatable. And I don't know if legislators, because you're kind of in a bubble in the legislature, and I'm not sure if they're really seeing it. And so my hope is that, I'm not trying to be mean or unkind with the op-eds that I'm writing. I'm trying to just speak truth and to get people to realize, like, whatever your perspective is, it's not shared by thousands of others. And something is wrong. And it really looks like you're more interested in gaining or retaining power than actually serving the people of Wyoming. And how does that manifest itself? Well, it manifests itself through money, right? Like, are you just going to get money no matter what? Is that what you're trying to get so that you can stay in power? Or are you, why not campaign on your reputation? Why not campaign on the good work that you do? Why? And many are Christians in the legislature. Why not trust God? Like, trust that God will provide. And guess what? He does. He does. But we're going to go out there and we're going to do these shady things. And that's the thing that I'm struggling with.
Yeah, and you wrote in this piece as well, are we seeing from our lawmakers in reaction to this are we seeing contrition, which I think voters could get with? After all, we all know we're weak. We all know we're flawed. We get it. When someone stumbles, we think that could be me. Instead of, kicking somebody who stumbles down, we want to see contrition from our lawmakers, and that will go a long way. But instead, I think we're seeing more of a regret for getting caught. You wrote that in your article.
Right. And that's how it's coming across, whether or not that's the way they mean it. And I'm willing to give the benefit of the doubt. But people have to realize that's exactly how it's coming across. And it's like if your own kid, when your own kid gets in trouble or something. We've all been there where we were that kid, right? And we were making excuses, and mom and dad call us on the carpet. And it kind of seems like that's what's happening here, that we aren't seeing the contrition, for making a mistake, which we all make mistakes. Every single one of us. That could have been me. It could be anybody. And that's part of the issue. But man, humility does go a long way. It really does. And when you're willing to own it and say, yeah, that wasn't right, and we're going to fix it. And man, people respect that. Because we all, like you mentioned, we're all fallen. We all make mistakes. But being sorry for getting caught is different than sorry for making a mistake. And that's how it's coming across.
And that humility is what I think we all crave in our leadership. And it's the first step towards restoring public trust. These are the words of Scott Clem in this guest shot that he wrote for the Cowboy State Daily, his regular opinion column, when campaign cash matters more than the people's work. And the opportunity was there not to run it back or erase it, but to make it right. And yet what we saw, I think, on the House floor was a pause on doing the people's business of the budget and then just airing grievances. And maybe that was cathartic for them to just air all these grievances and pass blame around, but it wasn't helpful. And it was maybe a waste of time instead of just, they could have done it a lot faster with just admissions of guilt and a little more humility.
Exactly. And I think this is, and I didn't put this in the article, but as I reflect on things, it's a symptom of a bigger problem. And but let's face it, for Donald Trump, I think the guy unjustly in a lot of ways was targeted. But he's gotten away with blame shifting. He's gotten away with playing the victim. And maybe he was a victim. And I think he was in certain cases. But I think people are kind of taking their cues from DC and what they're seeing in DC politics. And it's almost like, when something like this happens, you just have to deny, blame, don't take ownership. And somehow that's considered to be good. Well, in Wyoming, that's not good. We are not Washington, DC. And I think if I want to get any point across, it's that, like, you're in Wyoming. So act like Wyoming, not Washington, D.C.
Amen. I wish. And I wish we didn't see politics that were so based on eye-catching headlines, so based on these bullet point quotes that look good. They're just all sugar highs. They play for 5 minutes, but they're not sustainable. In the end, they're not living water. That's the idolatry of power. That was a great phrase to use, Scott, because that's what all of this feels like.
Yeah. Well, and that's that might be new to some viewers or listeners. I've been saying that for a while now, and those who follow me on Facebook have seen that. I think if there's something that if I get more bent out of shape than anything else, it's that. And being in public service, both now and previously as a legislature, I see that more and more and more. And man, it puts me in check. Like, I'm thinking about this stuff all the time. Like, am I in it to serve? Right? I could lose everything tomorrow, and that should be okay. If my motive is I just want to serve and I want to make my community better, or do I want to maintain power or retain power and play the power game and exercise power and control over others? And it seems like we're seeing that an awful lot. And that really is, in my view, in my opinion, idolatry of power. And guess what? Idolatry destroys. And we are seeing the unraveling of in my opinion, this, the destruction of idolatry right before our eyes, because it's destructive. It's destructive. And we're seeing that.
Let me just two last things, and then we got to move on. I'm going to do a WWSD. What would Scott do? I'm going to put you back in legislature. It's easy to pen a column on something that happened from your high perch there, Scott Clem. What would you do if you were there on the House floor? Your representative Yin, your representative Provenza, you saw something that you knew looked wrong, felt wrong, everything about it was wrong. What do? Do you go to LSO? Do you go to media? Do you bring it up to the speaker? What would you have done if you could run it back, if you're someone who saw what happened with the checks being doled out?
Sure. In my mind, I think LSO is the right call. I think you take it to LSO. Our staff, the staff at LSO, have a really good handle on things, and I think you make that point loud and clear. And I think back even to other, wasn't this incident There was an incident many, many years ago. This is when the whole trans thing was starting to come up and big. And we had a bunch of students who decided, we were at the Jonah building, and they decided that they wanted to go into female students go into the men's restroom, right?
Oh yeah.
So what did I do? Well, I didn't take it to the media or I went to LSO and I said, we've got a problem. And they relayed that to House leadership, which at that time was Speaker Harshman, and the issue was taken care of. That's how I would have handled it. But hey, I can sort of understand, given the environment the last couple of years, where Provenza and Yin might be coming from, and wondering, hey, can we trust that the right thing will happen? And kind of looking back on it now that the speaker is implicated as well, you kind of have to wonder. But I do think there are other ways that this could have been handled, even for the speaker, as far as, I know he's trying to do the right thing. I really believe that, because I do think he's an honorable man. But man, if you're implicated in something like that, I think you have to take a different course of action, in that, you've got to the vice chairman, or who am I thinking of? The speaker pro tem, right? And maybe that's something where, you distance yourself because you're implicated, and you pass that off to them, or you call for management council, either both the House and the Senate, or just, the members of the House side. There's a lot of different ways to do that to maintain the appearance of justice. And, hindsight's always 20/20. So I'm not trying to throw stones by any means. I think things could have been handled different on both sides. Yeah, I do. It is what it is. We're dealing with this problem. So
yeah, that was my other WWSD question. What do you do if you're Speaker Nyman, who did receive a check? Not that it falls on him, but you're Speaker of the House. The House was desecrated in a way by this scandal, and it's been more than a week, and all eyes are on you. What say you? We need leadership now at this time, not silence. And then finally, we did get Speaker Nyman, who made his piece the other day. That's in the Cowboy State Daily. Did have his say. Yeah.
Right. Yep. And I do think, to give credit to Speaker Nyman, I don't think his silence was by any means, something to try to pass the buck or to delay or anything like that. I really do think that he's an honorable man, and I trust what he said as far as, he didn't want to impede or hinder the investigative committee. I think he understood that he was going to be heard. He was going to say his piece and wasn't wanting to taint things. But then, of course, he had this criminal probe, and that throws a wrinkle into everything. And so that prompted him to speak out. But I just hope, especially if there's lawmakers that are implicated, that are listening, this humility, own up, say it was wrong, and that we're not going to, and don't blame other people. And you know what, we're going to fix this, and it's never going to happen again. And man, if you can just say that, and mean it and act on it, that will go a long way with the Wyoming people, I believe.
Yeah, I agree. I think Speaker Nyman with the silence, I think you're right. I think he's a good guy. I think he was just hoping that his silence showed his intent to focus on the work of the people. And the budget session, unfortunately, could be seen a different way. It could be seen as the exact reason why Provenza and Yin went to the media, because we're not going to, if we run it up our flagpole, we're not going to get anything. I don't know. But yeah, Scott, great words of advice. And somebody just own it, fix it, and admit that we're not all perfect. Everybody knows that, but we can all appreciate that message.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you.
You bet. Thank you, Scott. Have a great weekend.
You too.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Friday as we work our way through hour 3. We got more coming up. Who we got lined up? Doug Knoll's going to be here. That'll be fun. That'll be a great talk with Doug. Aaron Brown from Highway Patrol. That's all coming up this hour, so stick around. We'll be right back.
Let's face it, mornings are tough. Gotta get up, gotta get the kids ready, feed the dog, the cat, every other living thing in your house. Oh, get caffeinated. Whew. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. But you also want to be informed, catch up on what's happening in Wyoming and the world as well. Hear from the newsmakers of the day. That's why Cowboy State Daily has The Morning Show with Jake. Jake Nichols talks about the news you care about, not some ponderous, overwrought, inside the Beltway show that's syndicated out of New York or LA. You want the news that's going to affect you and your life. Jake interviews not only the newsmakers, but the deciders, the people who make the decisions for the future of Wyoming. Plus, you'll hear the stories directly from our award-winning reporters from Cowboy State Daily. So make sure you start your day off the Wyoming way with Cowboy State Daily's Morning Show with Jake Nichols. Monday through Friday, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Stream it on our homepage. Watch it on YouTube. Cowboy State Daily's Morning Show with Jake. Oh, and don't forget your car keys.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way. My kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
There are a lot of words I would use to describe my daughter. Kind, strong, hilarious. When I think about how much she's experienced in her life, on a journey that we're now on together as a family, we can't help but be inspired by her every day.
Hey, Mom, we're about to start the movie. Oh, yeah, I'll be right there. Okay.
So really, we're the lucky ones. Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org.
Let me fix this headline. I read this in CNN's headline, maybe? No, New York Times headline. I'm going to fix this headline for the New York Times. I'm going to pretend I'm their editor. The headline was, "You can break your child's cell phone addiction." Once again, you can break your child's cell phone addiction. I'm going to fix that. All you got to do is remove the last word. You can break your child's cell phone, parents. If your kid's on the phone too much, staring at the screen, etc., just break it. That headline has one too many words. Breaking your child's cell phone addiction could begin and end with breaking your child's cell phone. After all, they don't have the money. They don't have disposable income. What are they going to do? If you want your kid off their device, just say, "Hey, Junior, let me see that thing." Whoops. Oh, man, I dropped it in the bathtub. That'll do it. And then just, yeah, we'll get you a replacement and drag your feet on that for a while. Breaking your child's cell phone addiction begins with just breaking your child's cell phone. These are the things that happen on this day in history. It's February 20. 1792. We're going way back. George Washington signed an act creating the post office. The Constitution requires federal government to deliver the mail. That now falls on UPS and FedEx, basically. But there was a time where it was up to the feds. They get that mail somewhere. Still is, technically. 1792, post office was created. Happy birthday, post office. This was the day of the death of Chief Washakie, one of the greatest, most decorated, legendary Indian chiefs. Monday, it was a Monday on this day in 1900 when Chief Washakie died. Governor Carey signed a bill this day in 1911 that carved Lincoln County out of Uinta. Previously, Uinta County included, back in the day, included Teton County as well. All Jackson was in Uinta County. Afton. This day in 1911, Governor Carey signs a bill that carved out Lincoln County out of Uinta. In 1917, this day, dogs like domestic dogs, were barred entry into the state. Concerns over rabies running rampant. 1917, Governor Kendrick of Wyoming signed into law the banning of dogs coming into the state. As I mentioned to Bill Sniffin earlier, Bill's a big fan of the Oregon Trail. It was this day in 1919 the legislature approved $2,500 for placing markers alongside the Oregon Trail. That included one bronze piece that's still there today, a bronze medallion. This day, 1919. 1923, this day, legislature was busy again, experiencing a 56-hour day in a questionable legislative trick designed to keep the clock from winding up the session. The trick has been repeated since then, but this one was on the record. So, our legislative session is set for, a certain limited amount of time. The budget session is allotted, 4 weeks? So runneth over, you can extend the session. You'd have to vote on it. It'd have to be all official. But it was this day in 1923, the simple fix to keep on going with the session was just to call that day still a day, even though you were now in tomorrow and the next day. 56-hour day was the final day of the session in 1923. Could we have a repeat this year? Talk about filibustering. 1949, this day, it was the last day of the blizzard of 1949, the day that finally stopped snowing. Was actually a series of blizzards that occurred in rapid succession. But folks lived through it in 1949. We'll never forget the blizzard of 1949. It ended on this day. Technically, it stopped snowing, but the digging out, I'm sure, went on for weeks. 1957, this day, Governor Millward Simpson signs a state Civil Rights Act. 1980, on this day, Alice Roosevelt Longworth, the first child of Theodore Roosevelt, his only child by his first wife, Alice, died on this day, 1980. Alice Roosevelt Longworth. And finally, it was February 20th, 1982, when the University of Wyoming's Arena Auditorium opened. The AA, the Dome of Doom, opened on this day in 1982. I didn't realize it was that old. Still a tough place to come and play basketball even today. Time to rodeo with our friends at the Western Ag Network.
It's the Rodeo Roadshow on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. I'm Will Rasmussen from the sunshine of southern Arizona. The Tucson Rodeo is just about to start. As a matter of fact, it starts tomorrow. Today, we talk to the operations manager of the Tucson Rodeo. He's a special guest. Not only is he operations manager, he was an all-pro linebacker with the Seattle Seahawks. Sam Merriman on the Rodeo Roadshow coming up.
Ranchers, it's time for the 35th annual Reyes Russell Bull Sale. Monday, February 23rd, 200 coming 2-year-old and 10 yearling Angus bulls sell at the ranch near Wheatland, Wyoming. Reyes Russell bulls are raised and developed in a realistic range environment, always pap tested at 8,000 feet. They're ready to go to work for you. Sale time is 1 o'clock. For more information, visit mrangus.com. Sale carried live on Northern Livestock Video. Reyes Russell, your source for high-altitude bulls. Looking for your next rope horse, barrel prospect, or a dependable ranch mount? The Cowboy Country Horse Sale brings quality horses and honest consigners together, plus a full trade show with tack, equipment, western wear, and equine services. Whether you're buying, selling, or just coming to shop, it's a weekend built for real horsemen and women. Join us March 20th and 21st at the Camplex in Gillette, alongside the Gillette College Rodeo. Find previews and vendor info on Facebook at Cowboy Country Horse Sale. Good horses, good people, done right.
Rodeo Road Show today. My great friend, and he is the operations manager, the new operations manager of Arizona's celebration of the cowboy. The Tucson Rodeo coming up this weekend. And Sam, welcome. How's it going leading up to the 101st Tucson Rodeo?
You know what? It's really nice because the 100th year, we put so much into that, and we did so many new things, and we all were. By the time that rodeo hit, we were already tired. But so this year, it's been a little easier going into it, and but it's going to be equally as a good show because we kept all the things from last year and just added a few more things. So pretty excited about this, and it's supposed to be, I hear, because I don't look it up, but I hear that it's going to be really good weather. So.
Sam Merriman was born and raised in Tucson, Arizona, went and played college football at the University of Idaho in Moscow, and then he was drafted to go play for the Seattle Seahawks, where he was an all-pro. His career came to an end in the Pontiac Silverdome in Detroit, Michigan, but what a friend to have. Sam Merriman on the Rodeo Roadshow. I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. Now, back to the show.
Yeah, we're back. I want to talk about this story, and then we're going to take a quick break. We'll get Aaron Brown in here in a moment. Debate on the this abortion law, and it's one of two. I think one of them was already shot down. There's two pieces of legislation proposed regarding abortion, defining when life begins, and defining whether abortion is healthcare, defining healthcare itself, all this stuff in response to Roe v. Wade, overturning that, and then the state of Wyoming and the state Supreme Court making its definitive statement on what it believes healthcare is. Basically, a woman, any person living in Wyoming has a right to access health care. And if health care includes abortion, which the Supreme said it does, then anybody has a right to access abortion. And that has not met well with pro-lifer lawmakers, and Wyoming legislators were debating the so-called Heartbeat Act abortion bill when Representative Kevin Campbell stood up and made a declaration that I don't think anybody knew. Definitely his fellow lawmakers probably had no idea about this. The Glen Rock-based Republican approached the podium Thursday, just yesterday, in the Wyoming House of Representatives to speak in favor of this proposed bill. If passed, it would ban abortions after the point at which a fetal heartbeat can be detected. And that's about 6, 7, 8 weeks gestation. So if this bill goes, it would say once a heartbeat is detected, that is considered life. That's a compromise from others who believe life is at conception. So Representative Campbell steps up. He said, I wasn't going to say anything, but I felt compelled where the argument was going. And he said, I rise before you as the product of a 14-year-old woman and a serviceman, Campbell said, and became tearful. He said, I was born in Cheyenne, Wyoming in 1969, and I was adopted that same year. I asked for an aye vote. And Speaker Nyben, for one, said, man, Campbell, I didn't expect that. I don't know what else to say beyond that. We have to recognize humanity, ladies and gentlemen. The bill survived first reading yesterday, but it was the news that Representative Campbell shared of being a child of a 14-year-old teen. To call a 14-year-old a woman, boy, I don't know. That's just a young girl and a serviceman, and he was adopted, not aborted, and certainly that's the reason for his aye vote right there. That's all you need to know from Representative Campbell. Emotional moment during a House floor debate yesterday. Claire McFarland has that story. Read more in the Cowboy State Daily. Learn more. Let's take a break. We'll get Aaron Brown in here. We'll talk about the Highway Patrol. They've been busy.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you.
In Wyoming, you want news from folks who still shake hands and mean it. You just want the facts. That's why more Wyomingites listen to Cowboy State Daily Radio. News that doesn't bend, twist, or dance around the truth. Crisscrossing the state to cover the news the way you like it, with reporters steps away from the capital in Cheyenne and in your hometown. No spin, no corporate suits, no duh. Talking about your state. This is Cowboy State Daily Radio.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
I'm Chris Jakomick. I served in the United States Air Force and I deployed 3 times. So in 2017, I was serving as an Air Force First Sergeant. Our motto in that role is my job is people, everyone is my business. But unfortunately in that year, I would lose my own brother, Lance Corporal Adam Jakomick, to suicide. The majority of veteran suicides are from guns. I store my weapons securely, not only for myself, but for my family. My service never stops.
Cowboy State Daily Show on a finally Friday. Aaron Brown is here. Wyoming Highway Patrol and WHP has been busy of late. certainly on Interstate 80. Multi-car, multi-vehicle pileup. 34 vehicles involved Tuesday. 20 people injured, 2 dead. That's outside of Edmonds. That happened on Wednesday afternoon. Westbound shut down just about all day. Another incident in the southeast part of the state on Interstate 80. Little bit of weather after having no weather. That'll do it, Aaron, every time. Ooh.
Absolutely. You let your guard down and Wyoming reminds you what it's all about.
Yeah.
And our Wyoming winters can be absolutely brutal. They can be sudden and they can come out of nowhere. I mean, especially when it comes to wind and blowing snow, it's not just a matter of time. Every mile can be different on the highway. I mean, every mile.
Right, which highlights the other story we're looking at, Andrew Rossi's story about the rolling closures and people saying, well, why is this section closed? It looks fine here. Well, maybe 5 miles down the road, it's not fine.
Rolling closures are essentially to help keep our smaller towns along I-80 from getting overcrowded, from people that may be stranded during these closures. So if you have a long, big closure up ahead, you'll have a rolling closure where you're going to make it so that people can get off and get into an exit into a town. But once that town has, too many people and its hotels are full or there's just not enough resources there, we'll roll it to the town after or before to make sure people have the resources they need as they're essentially stranded on a closed highway.
Yeah, when you look at the towns along I-80, other than, maybe Evanston, Rawlins, medium size, and then we got Cheyenne, Laramie, there's long stretches where these tiny communities, and if there's a closure and you got to pull trucks off the road and families traveling off the road for a day or two, where do you put them? How do you feed them? We've seen issues where you're right up against even just accommodating all these people. I want to talk about the pileups, how Highway Patrol unravels these, and why it takes hours, maybe a whole day. But these are we seeing more of them? It seems like we see more multi-vehicle accidents on Interstate 80 with less and less actual snow. Is it just more truck traffic, inexperienced truck drivers, or am I making more of it? Like, it doesn't take much to get something like this going. Like, you got 30 trucks all piled up.
I don't know that we can speak to a general reason that we see some more crashes on I-80 aside from, you do see increased semi-truck traffic on I-80 compared to I-25. It's just that's just how it is. It's the nature of the beast here in Wyoming. But every crash is going to be different. Every crash is going to have a different cause. They may have some similar factors, but you could have everything could involve speed and weather, but you could also have driver inexperience in some of those cases. You could have cases where it's driver inexperience and speed caused by, we don't have any winter weather, but something we have had so far this winter is plenty of wind.
Yeah.
And that wind will just cause an absolute just havoc. And I've noticed, and we have other areas in the state that can get really windy. One thing I've noticed is you have Wyo Hill, you have Arlington or Cooper Cove, which is where we had that last pileup on Tuesday, and then you have Bordeaux, south of Wheatland. And those are the 3 points that seem to have the most crashes that I'm told by troopers. We have to see the most crashes during wind. And if you look, it's kind of like a triangle. Makes a triangle. It's like a Bermuda Triangle of wind. But that being said, with the actual pileup, we'll talk about the one on Wednesday. We're closing in on 40 vehicles in this thing. We saw one deadly crash right at 3 p.m. On the westbound lanes that involved at the very least 5 vehicles. And then on the eastbound lanes, all told, it wasn't just the one crash. It was all told, by the time everything was said and done, it was 20 semis and 12 passenger vehicles. And both fatalities came from passenger vehicles, a pickup and a minivan.
Yeah.
And we saw 22 injuries in this thing. 22 people got injured. We're seeing everything from broken legs, neck injuries, broken ribs, deep bruising. It's just that all those injuries, those folks got sent to the Evanston Regional Hospital, and then we had 3 life flights from there as well into Utah hospitals. Eastbound was closed for about 5 to 6 hours, but so I should say that's what I should say. I'm sorry, I got that backwards. Westbound saw the most vehicles. Was the 20 semis, 12 personal vehicles. That was the westbound. Eastbound we saw that crash with at least 5. Eastbound was closed 5 to 6 hours. Westbound, we saw it. It was closed all day. It was closed into the night and into the early morning the next day. And the reason that is that we have to take our time and make sure we get everything right. Now, number one is that when it comes to speed, the first thing we're doing when we get there, it's the preservation of life. It's going to make sure we are saving lives first. It's not that we're just kind of getting there and taking our time. We're getting right to work trying to save lives, make sure everyone's safe. And it's not just us. A huge shout out to Uinta County Sheriff's Office for their massive assistance there. They were so essential in making sure we were saving lives, along with Uinta County Fire, EMS. We saw Uinta County school buses there as well. They were there because the folks that were not injured, that were stranded after this crash, there's this pileup, they were taken via school bus to shelter in Evanston. And of course, we had multiple Good Samaritans in this whole thing as well. So,
yeah, Aaron, I'm sure before you're hooking anything up to a wrecker and clearing it, you're going door to door to every crumpled thing in the wreck. Knocking out windows saying, "Are you okay?" Find out who's hurt. You got to triage it and you got to get them out of there. Do troopers go back down the line of the highway? Because, the last person to crash into the mess, there's always the next one coming. You got to go back like a mile, I don't know how far, and just say, whoa, put up the barrier like, whoa, it down
to give you an idea on this one, the crash happened at milepost 18.
Yeah.
Right. And it all happened within a mile. We closed the highway interstate both directions back at mile marker 6, just outside of Evanston. And then to the east, we closed it at mile marker 34. So yeah, we it's more than just a mile. We go a ways out of the way, make sure we have those gates shut and close the interstate and make sure everything's golden as far as that goes, preventing more crashes, preventing more loss of life. And then we have to stabilize the actual crash site. We got to, that's part of the closure. We got to make sure that we are taking account of everything. You're taking names, you're taking down, transportation numbers, your federal transportation numbers. You're taking down any info you can to make sure you have everything accounted for. And then we have to make sure we're ensuring the safety of emergency personnel as well. So eastbound, it may have gotten cleared out a lot faster than the westbound lane. However, it still stayed closed because on top of the fatality, which is going to add more complications to it, we're also seeing the fact that you're going to, with that big pileup in the westbound lane, we're using the eastbound as a staging area for our emergency vehicles. So there's multiple reasons for that closure. And then from there, the actual untangling, figuring out what happened and what caused everything it's not just a day. It can take weeks, months even, because you've got to take your time and you've got to get it figured out and you've got to get it right the first time. And it can take a long time when you're trying to contact everybody, trying to gather video evidence, picture evidence. Our crash team comes out there as well. They're out there right away to kind of assess what ended up happening. And with that, we're using all kinds of technology. We're using a lot of math, physics. There's a lot of training in there. And then, of course, you're using drones. And we even have a 3D scanner now that we're using as well to get these crashes figured out.
Yeah, because you said, there's only one shot at this. Once you get it cleared up and reopened, you're not going back. The things are not where they were. You're not drawing chalk outlines around the body. This is it. You got to recreate that crash in real time right now after this is secondary to making sure, everybody's out safely and getting where they got to go for medical attention. Yeah, you got to figure and do this probably in an existing snow squall. It's still weather out there.
Yes, it was. We're seeing snow, sleet, blizzard conditions.
Yeah.
It's cloudy, blowing snow. On top of all that, I do want to go back to the actual crash and another shout out real quick to just a general shout out because there were too many companies really to name. All the wreckers that helped us with this thing. To give you an idea, this thing was big enough. Every wrecker in Evanston was used.
Yeah.
Small and big, and then we even got some from Lyman as well. So it was a busy scene, a lot of work. On top of the people, there was also a loss of livestock. We had one cattle truck in there that got rear-ended. So we had 6 dead cows as well. So it was not a pretty scene at all. And the biggest cause we're seeing right now, on top of the weather, weather catching everyone off guard because we've had such a warm, dry winter. Usually we get that one big storm and everyone kind of adjusts and get used to the winter drive. We haven't had that this year.
Yeah.
But on top of that, it was the big killer, and it always is. We hear the term "speed kills," and it's true. It was speed going too fast for the conditions.
Yeah, I watch. Unfortunately, there are videos existing, maybe not of this wreck, but of similar pileups. And you watch the most recent ones to join the wreck, and you're thinking, look how fast they're going. Of course they can't stop. Like they're tooling along at the speed limit. I'm like, you're never going to stop. Oh, man.
No, you're not going to stop.
You got to slow down.
One of the ones I believe we saw fatalities was a semi was doing its part to stop, slow down in the weather because of the crash ahead.
Yeah.
And a passenger vehicle behind it saw it was going too fast, maybe possibly too fast with the conditions. Either way, tried to stop and slid and crashed into the rear of the Freightliner.
It's not so much the stationary wreck ahead. Yeah, it's just people woeing down because they see it and you don't get slowed down behind them. I don't know if there's any one piece of advice on what you would say on behalf of law enforcement when it comes to these pileups, but it comes into my mind. If I ever encountered one and it was too late, like oh my goodness, I'm in this, I'm going to like slide off over here, try to hit the least amount of stuff. What do I do after? Do I stay in the vehicle? Because people are behind me. I want to run away, but probably stay in the vehicle. Yeah.
And there are times where it seems like it's a catch-22 almost, like you're just doomed no matter what. Because, I mean, you're talking a semi weighing, 70,000 pounds, going 75 miles an hour and not slowing down behind you. There's not much you can do, whether you're outside of the car or not. Because if you get out of the car, there's still that danger of other vehicles sliding off and hitting you, and you're unprotected at that point. At least with a car, you do have those crumple zones. You have those crash bars. You have those points in the vehicle protecting you, at least against certain speeds. And on top of that, in this case, in the winter, you're also protected from the elements as well. So stay in the vehicle. It's going to be scary, and we acknowledge that. It's a fright. This kind of thing is so frightening and so scary. But stay in the vehicle. And then wait for emergency, call 911, wait for emergency to show up and get you to a safe place.
We're talking to Aaron Brown, Wyoming Highway Patrol. As Aaron often says, it's the pre-planning. It's avoiding this ever happening by planning your day and your route. And maybe your plan says the potential for weather, I'm just not going to go today. I can put it off to tomorrow. Or maybe you're looking weather that doesn't look that bad. And as you point out, it's sometimes very localized where it isn't that bad for miles. And then all of a sudden it is bad. And we know what those points are, us locals, 3 of them. I mean, when a trooper gets called from dispatch, you got to run out. We got an accident. They probably already know before dispatch tells them, oh, I bet it's this hill, it's so localized, the trouble on I-80 when it looks good for so long and then it isn't.
It is, and that's true. And even for locals, it can catch you off guard. Things like snow squalls, you do not know when they're going to hit.
Yeah.
You just don't. They only last 10 minutes.
Yeah.
But you can't see 2 feet in front of your face. And that's one of the primary factors that happened on Tuesday with, thankfully, only minor injuries in that pile up.
Right.
But that was multiple vehicles I think it was close to 40 vehicles on that one too, where we saw multiple crashes because of this snow squall and people going too fast for the conditions. So when this sort of thing happens, stay in your vehicle. Before this sort of thing happens, be checking your weather reports. And then anytime you come across any winter weather at all, slow down, drive for the conditions. And if you're prepared, you're going to get out the other side okay.
One last thing. We saw this week 2 incidents highlight the dangers of driving in Wyoming in winter and the dangers to our law enforcement who got to get out there and work in it. And often while it's still happening, and they do it all at such not commensurate pay. Wyoming Highway Patrol Association President Lieutenant Matt Arnell was talking the other day saying all state employees are in the hurt locker when it comes to starting wages, but certainly Highway Patrol, we need to pay our folks better. Wyoming Highway Patrol starting salaries ranked near the bottom of any state in the United States. Why would someone come to work in Wyoming? We got to do better.
The only thing I can say with that is can't really speak to it right now. That would be the colonel's purview. But what I can say is we are in full support of the governor's suggested budget.
Yeah.
And that's what I can tell you from that. Beyond that, we do our absolute best with what we have to take care of our people, and our people do their absolute best with what they have to take care of Wyoming. And we are incredibly proud of our troopers and everything they do, especially when it comes to the crashes like this, where they are working so hard and just relentlessly to save lives. And we are incredibly proud of what our guys do.
Well, they put it out on the line this week, 2 different incidents, multi-vehicle incidents on Interstate 80, and Highway Patrol was there with help from Sheriff's Office, wreckers, first responders, EMTs, everybody came together. Thank you, Aaron, for being on. Have a great weekend.
Thank you, sir. Have a great one.
Cowboy State Daily. We got to get to news now, and then we'll be back with our final hour.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. The Sublette County attorney prosecuting Cody Roberts for cruelty for allegedly torturing a wolf says chasing it down and taping its mouth are all part of the crime. But Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that the filing gives insight into who may testify against Roberts.
What was interesting in the filing is that it does lay out a little bit more about what some of the testimony may be. He says there may be testimony of someone who Roberts allegedly told about running down the wolf and how he chased the wolf and brought it back to his house on his snowmobile. And then other testimony about the examination of the deceased wolf. And it's come in less than 3 weeks until his trial is set to start, scheduled for March 9th.
Clayton Milinkovich, who is prosecuting the case, says in his response that the whole act of capturing, tormenting, and killing the wolf are part of a single act of abusing the animal. Senate President Bo Biteman's bill to channel severance tax revenues into a Trump administration-backed energy dominance fund passed the chamber 31-0 on Thursday. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports the bill also has gotten support from the Trump administration.
It was singled out by the White House in Washington, D.C., and the Energy Dominance Council there with a letter of support. So Biteman was happy to distribute a copy of this letter from the White House, basically saying, go get them. We support this energy dominance legislation at the state level. It really ties in with what we're trying to accomplish with the Trump administration's energy policy.
The roughly $105 million in severance tax revenues would be used for projects tied to coal, natural gas, uranium, enhanced oil recovery, pipeline infrastructure, rare earth and critical mineral processing, and baseload energy development. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. Here's a winter driving safety tip from WYDOT. Make sure your vehicle's in good working condition with proper tire inflation, fluids topped off, good wiper blades, and brake inspections, and slow down in bad winter weather. This reminder from WYDOT.
My name's Brady Thornock. I manage my family's ranch here in Uena County. Ranching teaches you to think long term, and it teaches you that Wyoming stays strong when there's real work here. That's why I'm building a data center on this ranch with a Wyoming company called Prometheus Hyperscale. This project will create thousands of Wyoming jobs, and it will use Wyoming's natural gas resources. We need to build Wyoming. I'm doing this for the future of Wyoming.
Build Wyoming with Prometheus Hyperscale. Go to buildwyoming.com. At Hoskinson Health Advanced Imaging, an imaging experience that's accurate and above all, human. Built around the most advanced diagnostic technology in Wyoming, we deliver fast, clear, and reliable answers. No physician referral is required for an appointment. Most insurance is accepted. Competitive cash pricing and personalized insurance assistance. Hoskinson Health Advanced Imaging. We are the future of healthcare now, and your doctor works here. Visit hoskinsonhealth.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. A Big Piney man was sentenced Thursday to between 75 years and life in prison for the bow and arrow killing of a 23-year-old autistic man. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that 20-year-old Rowan Littauer was ordered to pay over $4,000 in restitution to the victim's family.
He said that he has an impossible debt that he'll spend the rest of his life striving to pay. The judge noted that both him and the victim had developmental diagnoses, this longing for friends, this struggle to connect with friends. According to Littauer, he didn't actually know his victim.
The Thursday sentencing of Littauer brings finality to a pair of cases that started when Littauer texted a female last year telling her he'd killed somebody over the weekend of February 1st, 2025. A driver who comes across a rolling closure might see nothing but clear skies and dry conditions and ask, well, why is the road closed? Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi has the answer and reports that WYDOT says it's to keep towns from being overwhelmed.
They'll extend the closure outward so that they can take the pressure off those communities and spread more of those people out. So it's different from a full closure. And for Wyomingites, it's very different because you can actually get a permit to travel through roads that are under a rolling closure.
According to WYDOT, a rolling closure starts after an incident, usually a traffic accident or hazardous weather. It starts in the communities on either side of the hazardous area and can be extended further based on the severity of the situation. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
Derek! Go wash up and grab your sister.
Okay, but first... Where's Grandma?
Hey, Mama.
Ma.
I'm worried about Mom.
Mom? She's fine. These the ones, right, Mama?
Yeah, groundlings.
Sweet potatoes.
Sweet potatoes.
Daddy, it's salty.
Grandma's just getting old. Some things come with age.
And some don't.
Early detection of Alzheimer's can lead to better care for your loved one.
Add 2 eggs.
Learn the early warning signs at 10signs.org.
Cowboy State Daily Show on a finally Friday. I'm Jake. He's Tom. Representative Tom Jones was absolute rock star in his day, late 70s through the 80s, representing Park County. If you know, you know. Also special assistant to the Wyoming Attorney General. This guy ran it back in the 70s and 80s. Made it a attempted comeback in 2014. I don't know what got into you. Moment of insanity, perhaps, Representative Jones. You make your, are you living now in Cheyenne? You still in Cheyenne?
Yes, Jake, I am. I came down here for a 4-year job, and 35 years later, I'm still here.
Look how that happens. So I got to first,
yeah, right.
Before we talk about what's going on in Cheyenne in the budget session, I want to make sure you're up on it. Do you still follow it? Do you read the headlines? Do you know what's going on down there in the 60th legislative session?
I try to. It's certainly not as close as when you're actually part of it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just can't get away from politics. I guess it was born in my DNA, and I can't stay away from politics. There's a lot of times I wish I could, but I always come back to it. So, yeah, I'm relatively up to date on what's going on.
Representative Jones, I guess we got to start with the difference between then and now. And the difference, we talk to legislators all the time, whether they're former or current, and they all say the same thing. They lament that our politics today in Wyoming have very much mirrored Washington, D.C. politics, the things we thought we'd never do, all of a sudden we're doing. A bigger money to run campaigns, dark money, influences outside of the state, all these things. And they kind of manifested the other day in this check gate scandal. Did you ever think you'd see something like this in the great state of Wyoming?
You're right. We are a microcosm of Washington. It's horribly unfortunate, and I agree. It is so far different from what we used to see. I'm not going to say back in the good old days, because everybody's day is a good old day, but it is frustrating and it's disappointing to see what we're seeing here now.
There certainly wasn't as much money at stake. Now, you had to have campaigns, you had to finance a campaign in the 70s, 80s, but not to the degree we do now, and not with these hateful mailers we see now. What was the difference between campaigning in the 70s and 80s than today?
Well, it was like politics in the legislature. It was a courteous business. Sure, you were campaigning against each other and you were pointing out differences between you and your opponent, but it was always done in a courteous way. I grew up in Powell, a small town. I knew the people I ran against when I had opposition. So, when the race is over, you still meet them on Main Street and say, hello, how are you? It just doesn't happen anymore.
Yeah. What about the amount of bills? That's something we hear about as well. I'm sure that's very stressful, especially during a budget session. You're supposed to be talking about things that are just the budget, yet we see hundreds and hundreds of bills every session. That's a lot to deal with and very stressful in a limited amount of time.
It is. Actually, comparing my time with the current time, we dealt with more bills than they do now. A lot of people don't realize that. I remember one session between the House and Senate talking about bills and the resolutions. We had over 900 total. Now, that's not very smart, because there were a lot of them that were left behind and couldn't be considered, weren't considered, but it was extremely hard work. I don't think anybody today or yesterday understands how hard a legislator does work, or at least should be working, because there is so much to do.
We're talking to former Representative Tom Jones. Note the first name, Tom. Our friend Rob Miller told us that the Governor Herschler back in the day referred to you, and you chaired the appropriations for the House, and the Senate Appropriations chair was Tom Struck, and he referred to you as the Tom Toms. Was that right?
Well, I think it may have been. Of course, Ed had a tremendous sense of humor. Sometimes he'd get a little upset with me when I wouldn't always do exactly what he wanted, but he did have a great sense of humor, and most of the time he was a lot of fun to work with.
Tell me about what it's like to be on appropriations, because they have snagged a bunch of headlines heading into this budget session. The Joint Appropriations Committee proposing deep cuts to the University of Wyoming that some say amount to retaliation and sending a message. Other cuts to the Business Council and trying to separate what is a private business and what government shouldn't be involved in. And, budgeting during a time of budget surplus, that may be something you're not used to. I don't know. It seems like Wyoming's always had lean times, but what do you make of appropriations today? Is it similar to, how the committee worked in the 70s and 80s?
I think it's similar. It's probably not the same. We did it a little bit differently. We didn't have the current budget process of the mirror bills and things like that. We just started anywhere from 4 to 8 separate bills in the different houses, the two houses, and moved them forward like any other bill. But it's a job that requires so much more time because you spend at least an extra full month doing the job that other legislators don't do. So it's a big job.
I don't know if you saw recently in the Cowboy State Daily a story about the glory days, the heydays of the hitching post, and how that was headquarters for lawmakers when you weren't in the Capitol building. Take us back to the days of the hitch. What do you remember from this place? Because I think we're going to maybe resurrect some form of the hitching post. What was it like back then? Did we really see wheeling and dealing go on at the hitching post?
Yeah, if you want to call it wheeling and dealing, maybe you had a bill that you were interested in and you had an amendment and you knew somebody who was a little concerned about your amendment. I mean, you're both working during the day. So if you can catch that person in the evening at supper, sit down and talk about, well, how about this or that? Can we work some things out? I don't think there were any really big deals done there, but there certainly was a lot of negotiation that took place at that time. And you talk about the history of the hitch. I think that it was one of the greater things that ever happened to the process. And the reason I say that is because at the end of the day, nearly everybody went back to the hitching post, and you had, quite a few receptions or dinners or other kinds of events. So you were socially engaged with your colleagues all the time, and they were your friends. Now they go to a dozen different hotels. They don't see each other. They hide behind the door, and they've lost that social contact with their peers, and they're obviously they're not as friendly as they used to be.
Interesting. That is a cool. I wouldn't have thought of that. We're talking to Tom Jones. Yeah, the hitching post in its day it kind of held a captive audience, so to speak. It was an extension of what you saw go on all day in the house. Only this was the night version of the house with ties loosened a little bit. Yet you still saw business getting done. Very interesting dynamics of the old hitch.
Yeah, it really was. And, kind of related to that is during the day, you're in the house, somebody's in the House and somebody else is in the Senate. Well, this is one of your better times that if you need to talk to somebody from the other house, that you had that opportunity.
Yeah, that's another good point. Sometimes you may not know what's going on in the other chamber or how something may play over in that chamber, and to be able to sit down to dinner and talk with somebody cross chamber, that is another interesting aspect. The topics we're talking about today with the budget, let's start with the university. We had former Supreme Court Justice Marilyn Kite on. We've had many people on that suggest maybe these cuts to University of Wyoming aren't simply to address a bloated budget. They're message sending, and they may come from lawmakers that didn't have the benefit of attending the University of Wyoming. Back a few decades ago, most of the lawmakers down there, most of your legislators had a history with the Wyoming, if not graduating from there.
You're right. I don't think there's any question that at least part of what has been done is retaliation for the so-called woke university and the horrible things that must entail. I don't believe it, but I'm a little bit different than some of the people you've talked to. I have 2 degrees from the university, so I've seen it up close and personal in that sense. Spent all those years on the appropriation committee working with their budget. But I'm not quite as big a fan of the university as some people are. Maybe that goes back to when the president of the university called me a liar in the media. I didn't appreciate that, but I I don't have quite the endearment for the university that other people do, but I do understand how critical it is. It's the only university we've got, and it has to be done right.
What is government's role, if any, in promoting economic development when it comes to the Business Council, or any notion that taxpayer money could be useful and have return on investment in attracting corporations, business here? Should Wyoming be in the business of economic development, the government?
Yes, it should. I don't think there's much question about that. Every other state is doing the same thing. We in Cheyenne here have had a couple of really, really great people doing economic development, and you can see it everywhere you go around Cheyenne. It's worked so incredibly well. One thing I say about the Business Council is that while they do a great job of recruiting, I don't think they pay enough attention to the current local businesses, particularly small businesses. There are some things that they need to be a little bit more of an advocate for small business that I would like to see them do. And I'm not talking about handing out money to businesses, but you can assist them in other ways. We have all kinds of regulatory issues. People are always complaining about whether it's the local zoning board or it's the building codes or whatever. I think the state could have a hand in making some of those things maybe a little more uniform, taking a look at what we've got, what do we need, what do we not need. I think we need to be doing economic development. I would just like to see a little bit more emphasis on the people that are already here.
Former legislator Tom Jones, he was in the House from 1977 to 1986, representing Park County. I know the attempted return to politics in 2014, you made education one of your platforms. Give me an idea where you think the state is on education from the 70s when you were in Cheyenne to today. We're talking about recalibration. We do it every 5 years, and where Superintendent Megan Degenfelder has led the cause. Are you pretty happy with the way education is trending in the state?
Oh my God, no. Education for so much of our history has been a local affair. And it was back in the 50s up until, I believe, 1963. It was almost purely a local affair. And that was when we had the first school finance case, long before the Campbell County cases. And every time the Supreme Court has said, you got to do a better job. And the legislature has responded and done a better job. Unfortunately, they tend to tweak things until it's out of whack. But now the local authority is disappearing by these people who claim they're all for local control, but yet they want to control curriculum and anything else you can think about at the school level. The legislators, who have no business doing that because they don't know what's going on in those schools, they need to let the people that are elected in the local community run those schools.
Representative Jones, we really appreciate you being on. You bring the great perspective from decades back. Anything else you want to add about what's going on in the world today, the budget session, legislative, anything?
Well, it's a sorry world we're watching, both nationally and in the state. I just keep telling myself to have hope, be patient. It'll turn around, and I believe it is. I think in the last 2 or 3 weeks, we've started to see a couple of things, and even today's Supreme Court decision on tariffs. That's another step, and I just hope that things get back to where it ought to be to really take care of the constituents of Wyoming and do what's best for everybody.
Yeah, I think if we all have Wyoming first on our agenda in our minds, then we're all pulling in the same direction on the rope, I would hope. It's Wyoming we're all concerned about. I know this guy was for a long time, still is. Representative Tom Jones.
Thank you, Jake. Appreciate you having me.
I appreciate you making time for us. Thank you. Have a great weekend. Cowboy State Daily Show continues. We're going to take a quick break. Coming right back with a thoroughbred ranch rehabilitator. I don't know what else you'll call Kate. Kate Anderson next.
Welcome to The Jake Show on Cowboy State Daily, Wyoming's daily dose of raw, unfiltered, and occasionally uncomfortable truth.
I don't do talking points. I do reality.
No spin, no fluff, just Jake. Local issues, national nonsense, and zero BS. It's truth, sarcasm, and grit, shaken, not stirred.
I just call it like I see it, and I see a lot of Let's just say I see a lot.
From the capital to the county fair, if it matters to Wyoming, Jake's got something to say, and he's not asking permission.
The West was built by people who weren't afraid to speak up. I'm just keeping the tradition alive.
The Jake Show, weekdays on cowboystatedaily.com and wherever you get your dose of reality.
Not for the easily rattled, perfect for everyone else.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
All right, look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs. We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable.
Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far.
A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
Cowboy State Daily Show on a finally Friday. I think I need a show page like they have on the big, night talk shows. I need an NBC page like an intern to orchestrate all my, guests and stuff. There's Kate. Okay, never mind. I don't need a page. Kate's here. I was afraid that. Hi, Kate. What are you doing? You're not out at the stable. We're going to talk about what you're doing with thoroughbreds. Great story. If you haven't read the story, well, you got to get up to speed, or you might be lost. Kate is the executive director of Golden Creek Equine, and she is in the news. That Renee Jean's story, I think it was Renee, talked about life after the racetrack for thoroughbreds. My impression of, thoroughbred racing, and when you're done racing, you either if you have a stud fee, if you're fortunate enough to have a winning horse, maybe you got stud fees and you can do breeding. But after that, what these hothouse organs or hothouse orchids of the racing world, what life does a thoroughbred have after age 4? They do have a life, thanks to Golden Creek Equine and what Kate Anderson has been doing. Let's start out with this notion that the thoroughbreds are hard keepers, Kate. And after you take them off the track, they got foot problems. They may have anxiety problems. They're a hot horse that's hard to keep alive.
Yeah, no, we've found that these horses coming off the track, quite a few of them go on to be family horses, and go on to other careers, and they're solid individuals. Some of them, however, do have some health problems, and that's where we come in. We used to adopt horses straight into homes off the track, but inevitably you find horses that have problems. And increasingly what we're doing is taking the horses that have the biggest problems, and we're applying a different method of rehabilitation towards those horses. So we're putting them in a semi-feral environment, and we're letting them be horses. So they're living an opposite lifestyle to what they're used to. They're not in a stall. They're not fed grain. They're just out on the prairie doing their thing. And we're finding that that's healing a lot of their problems. And quite a few of them can go on to be useful family horses or sports horses, whatever they're going to do once they have that period.
What Kate Anderson has found in rehabilitating some $1 million thoroughbreds in a life after racing is maybe you found by accident. Certainly, the thoroughbred may have hoof issues, and you've had shoers, you've had folks looking at that. They may have issues concerning their diet, as you said. The nature of what they did required them to, to eat like a champion. I mean, they less grass and a lot of grain. And what does that do to a horse? And then, whether it's diet or the fact that they were stabled and trailed, like think about a horse, other than running the race, how much movement is it doing? So all these natural things that a natural feral wild horse might take for granted, you found maybe just turning them out on Wyoming land was good for their feet and good for their soul.
It is, and I think that's a good way to put it. That's good for their soul. So these horses are kept in stalls, and you're right, they get very little movement outside of their morning training and maybe some walking. So what we're finding is these horses in a feral environment are moving 12 to 14 miles per day. So, but in a pen, they're moving half of that or a third of that. And in stalls, they're going to be moving 1,000 feet per day. So it's returning them to how they're supposed to live. Horses need movement. They need a lot of it. And I think that's encouraging blood flow in the foot. That's encouraging their gut to be more efficient. And then putting them on a native diet. So they're eating the brush and the grass and a wide variety of plants is healing their gut, which also helps, inflammation through the whole body. And it, of course, lowers their stress levels a lot. They're back in a herd. They get the herd dynamics, and they get to move and just decompress.
So it's like there's three areas of concern. I say with the thoroughbred and rehabilitating a thoroughbred that comes off the track. Kate Anderson has hit on a way to do that. Let's start with the whole feet thing, the foot issue. What is it about thoroughbreds and their feet? Whether the feet are trimmed, the hooves are trimmed to have them run, do they want them rolling off the toe? I don't know. How do they work their feet, and why those feet might be so-called soft, and you get them out on some rocky terrain in Wyoming and suddenly they start becoming horses' feet again. What is it about the foot of a thoroughbred that needs rehabilitation after they're racing?
We find that a lot of these horses have what we call underrun heels and long toes. So the toe is pushed forward, and the heel grows more forward. So the whole foot is stretched forward. So it creates a less efficient stride. But I think that's happening because of lower blood flow and just micro trauma on the tissues. So the whole foot becomes weaker. And when we put them out on the prairie, they start to develop. It's like any, muscles or working out. The more the tissues are used and the more blood flow we get back into the tissues, the foot starts to heal, and then they develop a better angle. So, and therefore they end up with a more efficient stride, and it helps the entire body as well. So they're not putting stress through the body through this abnormal, hoof angle. And I really think the movement is critical for that, for restoring the tissue.
Interesting. I thought that was something intentional that they sought out. They wanted feet like this in a racing horse with that long toe. I mean, that it just happens that way. That's not by design.
I think there's some controversy there. Some people think that they're trimmed intentionally to have a long toe because it increases stride length. I think realistically what happens, it's a function of lack of movement and being shod from a very, very young age. So I think it's more likely due to just unhealthy tissue, and that's what happens to the foot. But there are some people who do think that that's intentional.
Well, no feet, no horse, as the horseman will say. The foot is vital, and many a horseman in Wyoming would swear by turning horses out, maybe until they're age 3, 4. Let them walk around on on the Rocky Mountain, Wyoming, and that's the best thing for feet. But you also need a farrier that knows what he's doing, and we're going to talk about one from Michigan in a moment. But let's move to the gut, to the diet. This horse has been fed like high energy meals and not necessarily learned to just pull meager grass blades and sagebrush out of the land. It's good for the stomach. It's just like us, we can't eat these kind of high protein, high octane meals only. We need to have some salad once in a while.
Yeah, and the horse is made to digest, the fibers in grass. So when they're fed high quantities of grain, it completely changes the gut biome. Excuse me. So, they're just not made to process that. So as their gut becomes less healthy, they don't digest as well. You see more colic, you see more laminitis, more founder. And as they start to eat what they're supposed to eat, they forage, they eat grasses and brush and all the crud that we have growing. And they develop a much more diverse gut biome. And then and it's much more complicated than that, but we don't need to do that here. They just digest more efficiently. So we see significantly reduced rates of colic. We don't see diarrhea. We don't see a lot of the digestive issues. And we don't see thoroughbreds are hard keepers once their gut adapts. And they become very resilient and they become easy to have. So we have, quite a few chunky thoroughbreds in the middle of winter living on the prairie. And I really think that's due to healing the gut.
Now, let's move our way up the horse. We've gone feet, stomach. Now let's go to what's between the ears. Thoroughbred racing. You talk about a horse that's bred and trained to run fast, and that's it. And to me, these horses are, they may be hard to handle. You talk about handlers who have had these horses on a 1-foot chain lead, man. They're hot. What life does a thoroughbred have after? Can they calm down? Are they really not needing to calm down? Are they, if they return to being a horse in Wyoming, how fast do they go from being, maybe a little anxiety riddled performance horse to just a regular old horse? Can you rehome a thoroughbred?
Oh, yes, absolutely. Thoroughbreds they're bred to be trainable. And I think that's the critical thing. So thoroughbreds can be hot and hard to handle, but I don't think they're inherently that way. We rarely have a hot thoroughbred. So most of ours are very docile, and most of them can be handled by children or beginners, etc. And I think a large component of that is we do let them de-stress and decompress. But we also handle them quietly, and they respond to that. So as long as you respect them and you let them be a horse for a bit, they're very easy to have, and they're delightful. But they also respond to people. If people come in with energy, they're going to have more energy. So they're sensitive individuals, but they're also very sensible and trainable.
So, Kate, give me an idea of what it is. We'll talk about this. Maybe accidentally you fell upon this idea that, sometimes we get a horse, we try to fix his feet, fix his diet, fix his brain. And then you throw your hands up like, I don't know if we can ever fix this one. And you turn them out and you're like, wow, all of a sudden just being out in Wyoming fixed a horse.
Yeah, that's how we found out about it. We started to get these horses and we had no options for them. They had feet we couldn't fix in traditional ways or back issues, etc. So we kicked them out on the ranch as a last resort, and they healed so well that over time that became our frontline rehab method. And now we don't have stalls, we don't use shoes, we don't do the vast majority of the traditional methods that are being used. We put them out, and that's healing probably 99% of our issues.
Unbelievable. Yeah, you say in the story, and you can read it by Renee Jean, just being outdoors in Wyoming is rehab in itself. Instead of being the last-ditch effort, Kate has learned it's become our primary procedure. What about this relationship with Michigan State University? I mean, the idea that you can take a horse off the track, put him out in Wyoming, and it can fix just about all the horse's problem. It got the interest of Michigan State University. They want to know what you're doing.
Yeah, so we brought Dr. Robert Bowker, who was at Michigan State for decades. He's retired, but we're collaborating on studies out here on these horses, because as far as we know, this is the only place in the world doing this sort of rehab on thoroughbreds. So we have a large population, and we can compare what's happening in a semi-feral environment with more traditional pens, smaller pens, to see really what's happening. And what we're finding is, a simple approach is significantly more healing. But after we brought Dr. Bowker out here, it just snowballed from there, and we're working with him, and we're starting to get some more interest from other folks at Michigan State as well. And starting to work more internationally on some work. So it's been a snowball effect on the research, and that's been cool.
You can find out more about what Kate does at goldencreekequine.com. You have like a two-prong thing, or even two facilities, right? You have Chugwater. Tell me what the whole operation is about. What is your day-to-day that began in 2016? You were taking horses off the Arapahoe track, or where? How did it all start?
We started out learning about the racing industry down in Denver at Arapahoe Park, and we would take horses and rehome them. So we started a nonprofit, that website is wyomingottb.org. But our goal was to adopt horses right away. So we'd take them, we'd evaluate them, and then find a home. We never wanted to do retirement or rehab. But as the years wore on and we started to get more horses with issues, and we started to see the changes in this semi-feral environment in Chugwater, and that became our primary facility, and now it's our only facility. So we've consolidated, and we're doing predominantly rehab and retirement now, and then also research. So we still rehome a few. It's just not our main line anymore.
Well, I love what you're doing. It makes perfect sense. So why didn't anybody think of that? To let a horse get back to being a horse, and where better than in Wyoming? Perfect. Kate Anderson joins us, Executive Director of Golden Creek Equine. Read the story in Cowboy State Daily from Renee Jean. We'll let you get back to work, and it's probably, you've already fed, right? You don't feed. They got to go out and work for they got to go fend for themselves. Thanks for being on. Have a great weekend.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Cowboy State Daily Show as we make our way to the finish line, wrapping things up in the final hour of a Finally Friday. And don't forget, Jeff Rickett got you covered on a Saturday. We'll talk about what he's got lined up for tomorrow on the show right after this break.
Oh, look, another national expert explaining Wyoming. Bless their hearts. Look, don't rely on national experts. We do it all ourselves at Cowboy State Daily Radio. Real news for real Wyomingites who actually live here. We tell it like it is, with headlines that hit harder than a spring blizzard and commentary that cuts through all the bull. Cowboy State Daily Radio. It's Wyoming news. No filter, no fluff, no kidding.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential. A place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
Whether it's our stories, the warmth of our laugh, or our family's secret sauce, we all bring something different to the table. So make some space. The power of connection is waiting right outside your comfort zone. Learn how you can help strengthen your community at belongingbeginswithus.org/teamup.
We were talking a little earlier in the hour to former Representative Tom Jones, who was the House rep for Park County back in the 70s and 80s, and he mentioned the Supreme Court's ruling on President Trump's tariffs. We've been waiting for the Supreme Court ruling, and he said, we just learned of it today, and I had to go look on the internets, and it is breaking news. Supreme Court strikes down Trump's blanket tariffs, sending a blow to the whole tariff thing. 6-3 ruling, Learning Resources Inc. versus Trump. And that ruling came down today. Landscape ruling, a decision striking down the centerpiece of President Trump's second-term tariff program. President Trump says the tariffs are working. Supreme Court says they're not constitutional. Well, tariffs are also a reason, in part, that visitation to the United States is down. Tourism. I mean, there's the whole what the U.S. looks like from the outside, whether you're watching the news in Minneapolis and ICE, whether it's tariffs. The United States has become less appealing of a place to go visit. And the numbers show it. U.S. tourism is down 11 million visitors. According to this story in CNN, Canada visitation, which is second only to Mexico, assuming it's visitation and not, illegal border crossing, Canada visitation down in the past year 28%. And it means money. 11 million visitors. I mean, does that sound like a lot? Tourism down 11 million visitors. I mean, 5 million come to Yellowstone annually. But the money they bring and the money they spend, that adds up to billions. So, yeah, tariffs in part to blame for a downturn in U.S. tourism. Also, domestic tourism, domestic recreational spending is down significantly. We've heard over the last year or two how Las Vegas, for instance, is suffering as discretionary income. People are just not going out and spending money on things like, the Las Vegas show. Or Las Vegas definitely suffering in the past year, probably 2 years. Wendy Corr's story was enlightening. I read this just the other day. Did you know the highest cathedral in the United States is in Wyoming, in Laramie? Did not know that. Elevation of 7,276 feet above sea level. So we're measuring it by how high it is overall. When we get to the steeple, when we get to the cross above St. Matthew's Cathedral, and it's, by the way, a 118-foot spire in Laramie, by the time you get there, feet above sea level, and already in Laramie, you're talking about 7220 or 7276 at this exact place where St. Matthew's Cathedral is. That is the highest, technically, highest cathedral in the United States in Laramie, once you're up there at the top. The structure was built, by the way, St. Matthew's Episcopal in Laramie. It was built between the years 1892 and 1896. It includes a cross at the top of the spire. The spire, 118 feet above the sidewalk. The sidewalk is 7,276 feet above the sea level. And that gives you the highest cathedral in the United States, right there in Laramie. News also today, Claire McFarland, who's busy with a legislative session for sure, also following her regular beat, courts and crime, and we learn of the disposition of the man, the bow and arrow killer, the Big Piney Man, 75 years to life. This guy's probably not going to see the light of day. He'll be incarcerated the rest of his life. And that's for the killing of a 23-year-old autistic man whose mother said, "I want him back. I have a blanket with his photo on it just so I can hug him. He's not coming back, and this guy will never be loose again." Thursday's sentencing of Rowan Lidauer in the Sublette County District Court brings finality to what was a horrific case that rocked a very small community. When you talk about Big Piney, there's not much to Big Piney. And the night of February 1st, 2025, when Orion Schlesinger, a 19-year-old, and Rowan Lidauer walked a mile and a half in bad weather to go visit what they said was a friend, but then the friendship turned sour. There's allegations of they got to this guy's house and shot him with a bow and arrow, then shot him again with a .22 pistol or a rifle. I don't remember. They stole the gun from the guy. Oh, I guess it was a BB gun. They shot him after he was already dead. Just horrible. I mean, it's a story you never think you're ever going to hear about or read about in Big Piney, Wyoming. but it reaches its final chapter today. Both men headed to prison, and the actual shooter, the bow and arrow guy, is headed to prison for 75 years to life for killing the 23-year-old autistic victim. That goes back to February of last year. Orion Schlesinger and now Rowan Littauer, both headed to prison for that killing. Let's see what's going on with Ray Hageman and the Game and Fish. We haven't visited them all week. They did not update their Sportsman Minute or whatever it's called. I don't know what happened to them, but they finally did yesterday. So let's see what Ray Hageman's doing at Game and Fish.
Hunt seasons in Wyoming could be going to a 3-year schedule beginning in 2027. This is the Wyoming Outdoorsman. I'm Ray Hageman. Hunting seasons in Wyoming might be moving to a 3-year schedule beginning with the 2027 hunt season. In January, the Wyoming Game and Fish Commission gave approval to begin a process to consider making the change. What this means for hunters is that starting in 2027, Game and Fish would shift from an annual hunt season setting process to a 3-year cycle to improve data analysis, provide greater regulatory stability for hunters and outfitters, and offer more productive engagement opportunities with the public. Wyoming Game and Fish Deputy Wildlife Chief Justin Binford says most annual adjustments to big game, small game, and game bird seasons are usually minor, and a 3-year timetable would offer hunters the assurance that seasons would stay consistent.
The plans are, as of now, is to set seasons as per normal for this coming spring of 2026. Start messaging the concept of multi-year season setting framework to the public during our meetings this spring. Then set seasons again in 2027 with the knowledge that they will be set for 3 years and then not do it again until 2030.
The concept of multi-year season schedules isn't new. Colorado, Montana, Utah, and Washington operate on multi-year season schedules ranging from 2 to 5 years. The shift aims to refocus public engagement from traditional annual meetings to more meaningful, informal public engagement. The department will still maintain engagement with the public each year on hunt seasons, similar to what they do now. There just won't necessarily be the formal proposals they see each year. 3-year seasons gives the department extra time to measure the effects season changes might have on wildlife and hunting quality, give more time to wildlife and habitat biologists for data collection, such as more opportunities to conduct winter and spring wildlife observations and aerial surveys. And the department would still maintain the flexibility to implement emergency changes to hunt seasons that might experience unforeseen events like severe winters or disease outbreaks. Game and Fish will be talking with hunters about the concept this spring during season-setting meetings. This has been the Wyoming Outdoorsman, a program by the Wyoming Game and Fish Department. I'm Ray Hageman.
We're back. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake continues.
Continues in the final minutes of this Friday version, but don't forget we have a Saturday show. I'll tell you who Jeff Rickett has on tomorrow in just a minute. He's got a great show lined up for you on Saturdays and a bunch of special guests that we'll check in with tomorrow. Meanwhile, our guest today, big thanks to Bill Sniffin for moving his schedule around, joining us first thing this morning. Early for Bill, but not too early. And he wants to know, and you can email him at bill@cowboystatedaily.com. He wants to know for his next column, what smells of Wyoming are you fond of or maybe not fond of? I was going to tell him about the smell of like right after or during a rain. And I was surprised to learn there is actual word for that. The smell of rain. Smell of rain. There is a technical word for that. And I learned it the other day, but promptly forgot it. But that's what I would call it. Petrichor is the earthy scent produced when the rain falls on dry soil. Unlike when rain falls on the sidewalk, when rain falls on cement, like in a city, That's got a smell also. But I'm talking about petrichor, the earthy scent produced when the rain falls. That would be my submission for a uniquely Wyoming smell. But Bill Sniffin, note the last name, Sniffin, said it's about time I do a story on smells of Wyoming. I can think of a few other smells when working around horses that I might be able to share with them. Big thanks to Senator Ogden Driskill. He was on this morning to talk about the legislative session, the budget. Hallie, Hasel, Dr. Hasel was on today, the state veterinarian, talking about the challenges of the job she does and animal health and combating diseases and outbreaks like the New World screwworm, anthrax, and avian flu, a whole bunch of other things that keep Dr. Hasel up at night. Amy Edmonds was on behalf of the governor. Governor Gordon is currently in D.C. meeting with President Trump over some high-level issues. It was cool to have Amy on to speak for the governor. Representative John Baer, Chair Baer, chairing the Appropriations Committee on the House side and also former chair of the Freedom Caucus. Representative Baer was on to get us up to date on what's going on in the legislative session. Scott Clem wrote another follow-up to Checkgate. You can read that in the Cowboy State Daily. And we had Aaron Brown to talk about the two major incidents on Interstate 80 and just how Wyoming Highway Patrol clears up multi-vehicle pileups on the interstate. It is arduous work. Representative Tom Jones, a legend in his time back in the 1970s and 80s, putting into perspective the headlines we read today about the legislative session, the 60th. That was nice to speak with Representative Jones, a true honor. And Kate Anderson, the executive director of Golden Creek Equine. She rehabilitates thoroughbreds to have a life after racing. That'll do it for me. I'll see you first thing Monday tomorrow, same time, though. You'll enjoy Jeff Rickett doing the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jeff. Everybody have a great weekend.
Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.